Good morning, good day and good evening. Irregular human with a massive raid forcing me to start early. How you doing, man? Thank you so much. Hope you're doing well, hope your stream was good. What have you been up to? Anything you wanna share, anything you wanna show, let me know as always. Big shout out to the one and only unusual person, the irregular human. Yet another game developer on twitch.tv, working on Echo Shred, yet another horror game as well. So go and check him out, people. For anyone coming in, if you don't know me, I go by Madchirpy, and as mentioned, I am also working on a horror game, the one you just saw the trailer for. Go and wishlist it, would appreciate it. Hope you're all doing good. First one in today, none other than Jin. Welcome in. Frostcore Studios, welcome, welcome. Dushane, good to have ya. Conrad, good to see you, man. Josh, the legend. That looks good, thank you so much. That does mean a lot. Hopefully the plan right now is that I'm trying to see if I can potentially get a demo out for the Horror Fest in October, which is going to be potentially a little bit stressful. We still have a bit of work to do, but it feels like we are on track, to be honest. Soap, good to see ya, how you doing? You started streaming with the perfect timing, did a little bit of everything today actually. Don't think I'm going to make it. Oh, are you not? The demo? Are you in the Festa regular? Have you joined the Stream 4 Fest on Steam? So yeah, the plan today is that we're gonna go through some of the stuff that... I've had a few people playtest the newest version, figured out a few issues, so we're gonna try and see if we can fix those today, as well as do just general polish. Obviously might end up being a slightly shorter stream today, because we are a little bit late. And then maybe next stream or so, we should see if we can sort out finish the trailer, the new trailer for the game. I did upload a test build to Steam for the demo, and submitted it for review, so hopefully they'll accept that one, so we have that done at least. Because the only annoying thing is that, like, you know, if they don't accept the build, then I have to like fix stuff, blah blah, and there's like a back and forth. Like each time it's gonna take like, what, 3 to 7 days. So like the review process could actually make us miss the event if it doesn't go our way. Not yet, my game is not far enough for that. Plan to do one next fest before my launch. But this is not the next fest. I'm not talking about the next fest. I'm talking about the Horror Fest. That one I definitely think you should join, because you can join infinitely, and you don't even need a demo for it. My plan initially was to join it without a demo, and then kinda impulsively I just decided that, you know what, I might be able to get the first demo out in time. Yeah, my current plan is, I haven't joined this next fest, which starts in like a couple of days or something, right? I currently am aiming to join the next fest in February, and hopefully they release shortly thereafter. Is a Scream Fest? Yes, indeed a Scream Fest. And it's possible that it says that your game isn't eligible. It did for me. But I basically just requested them to review my game. It took like 2 hours or something, and then my game was eligible, so I could join it. But yeah, since you don't necessarily need a demo, and you know, you can join them however many, like whenever there is one of those type of fests, you can join it. I don't really see a reason as to why you shouldn't. Like, obviously the question is, do you get more out of it, having something playable? Yeah, of course, right? A Soap with the 3-month resub, you absolute legend. Thank you so much, man. Truly do appreciate it. Soap has also been kind enough to help us with the Polish localization for the game. So, absolute legend. Cheers, man. Yeah, what was I saying? Yeah, obviously you might, like, the game might perform better in the fest if you had a demo, but I don't think that means that there's not a point in, you know, joining it anyway. I did hear from Codrad, he got like 500 wishlist or something through one of the fests without having a demo for his game. So, you know, I definitely think you should do it. If you can. Is there like an end date to when you can join those? I know there is on the next fest, I don't know about the normal fests. No, you should be able to. I don't see anything that points to the fact that you wouldn't be able to join, so I think you should be fine. Like I said, it took like a day for me to get approved as well. Not even that, it took like a few hours or something. Strom, welcome in, man. Hope you're doing well. Dushana, thank you very much for the follow. Appreciate ya. Gotta grab some food actually, I'll be lurking a bit, but I'll tune in back later. No worries, irregular. Go and sort yourself out some food. Get some rest after the stream. Okay, so what are we doing today, ladies and gentlemen? Well, first of all, you guys should go and wishlist Round of Bloom, because I would appreciate it. And it's the, like, #1 way of supporting the development. And now I can say that you'll be notified when the demo releases, which is pretty cool. If you were really small, how long do you think it would be comfortable for to be in a microwave? Ooh, humans consist of what, like 70% water or something? Which is like the main thing that a microwave targets. I'm betting a second or two and it's probably fairly uncomfortable. That would be my assumption. I don't know. You probably shouldn't try it, but my assumption would be that it would be fairly instantly uncomfortable. That's what my gut feeling tells me. Welcome in 5G. So yeah, today we are gonna look over this. Obviously I have a absolutely massive checklist, but I did get the test build up, so that's good. Just waiting for it to be approved. Gotta update all the Steam page stuff, but I'm not gonna do that today. Someday, I don't know, maybe even if I might end up doing this on stream, I need to find a shit ton of content creators to reach out to as well. I have started making a list, but I think I have like 15 or something. I think we need to build up that list a bit more. So yeah, if anyone knows any people who might, any content creators who might play a horror game, let me know. I don't know, I think the most difficult thing, right now I have a fair amount of like very small YouTubers as well as very big ones. It's kind of difficult finding the ones in between, I found. Like the ones like, you know, around like, say maybe 10 to 50k subscribers or something. Like that range, I have found it far more difficult to find content creators for. We have sorted out the localization for French, Polish, Russian and German. We are currently on our way with Spanish, Czech, Icelandic, Hungarian, as well as double checking Portuguese, because as some of you might know, I ended up doing the Portuguese localizations myself, but you know, I'm by no means fluent, so I do need some native to actually look it over. Fixing the tutorial is something we could do today. Making description boxes dynamic so they can change size. That would be really good, because I realized once I started localizing that they were really small. As in like in half the languages, the names of like items and so on in your inventory just doesn't fit. So it is something we need to sort out. Content size filters for menu stuff, that would be simple. Yeah, I'm actually considering potentially removing the entire battery system from the game. I don't know what you guys think, but I'm kind of thinking about it. Because here's the thing, I I like having batteries in the game. I think it's good to have batteries in the game because of a few things. One of those is that it gives me something to reward the player with if they are like searching through rooms and so on. Like it's because you want to give the player stuff when they look around, right? And it's very easy to just, oh, you know what, I'll throw in a battery here just so there's something to pick up and so on. So that's like one of, in my opinion, one of the biggest advantages from having the battery system for the flashlight. The main issue I'm starting to realize is that like the battery system we currently have is fairly like superficial. Like it doesn't actually mean that much. Because the way I've done it is that the battery just stops draining at 15%. So the less battery you have, the smaller and smaller the flashlight will be. But when you get down to 15%, it just stops. And the reason why I do that is because obviously if you completely ran out of battery, then you couldn't play the game. Like you would virtually be soft locked. So in that case, if the battery can, or if the flashlight can run out of battery, the only way to make that actually work is to have a loose condition. But I don't know if I want to have a loose condition for running out of batteries, because what that in practice means is that I'm putting a timer on the entire game, and I'm saying that everyone needs to complete the game inside of this timer, because if you picked up all of the batteries and you start running out of battery, you're fucked, right? But now the issue is instead, since there's not like a real consequence for running out of battery, what the battery system actually does is that it basically makes it so you see slightly less. You could argue that it potentially is slightly scarier too, because you see less, it gets darker, right? But that's really all it does. That's what I mean with like, it's fairly superficial, you know? Like, you could theoretically complete the game without ever charging your flashlight. Yeah, I don't know. The other issue with it is that currently the way it works, it kind of means that the people who actually, like, who does this punish, right? The people getting punished for this are people who are struggling in the game, right? Because if you get stuck on a puzzle, or if you don't know what to do, you end up spending more time. The more time you spend in the game, the more battery you're gonna need, the more you're gonna drain it, right? So what this actually does in practice is that it basically punishes the people who are already struggling. And that, I don't know, that kind of feels like a bad thing, doesn't it? Like, I don't feel like you... Like, if someone is already having a hard time in the game, it feels a little bit fucked to be like, okay, let's make it even more difficult. Just for those people. Whereas for the people who are like sprinting through the game, they don't really get affected by it. So, yeah, let me know what you guys think. I'm still kind of battling this in my mind. Like I said, the main thing that hurts me with potentially removing this system, other than the fact that, you know, I've spent a bunch of time implementing this system, other than that, the main thing that hurts me about potentially removing it is that I don't know what to place around the rooms, like, as in, like, collectible items for the player too. Because it's so nice being able to fill out rooms, just hide a little battery here and there. So we'll see. What's up, Trash? How you doing? Welcome in, man. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, that's the link also. Thank you, Duchesne. In case anyone wants to apply for localizing the game, would very much appreciate it. We're still looking for a fair bit of languages. Basically, I still need localizers for all of these, as well as basically any other language that you can't see. So, because I'm also a bit of a language nerd, for anyone that doesn't know, so I do want to localize my game into as many languages as I possibly can. Do you not know how knock knock joke works out? Sorry, Trash. Sorry, I'll try that again. Knock knock. Who's there? Cheetah, welcome in. How real time is the game supposed to be? Do you mean in the sense of like if the actual time in the game should pass similarly to real life? I mean, there's not that many timed things, so the main thing would really be the flashlight, right? And the flashlight definitely isn't real time, because right now you need to charge the flashlight like, I don't know, every 20 minutes or something, which is not realistic, right? Because like, if you have a fully charged flashlight, you'll probably be able to use it for pretty much a full day at least, right? I would imagine. So you could argue that it even is one of the things in the game that is a little bit... Like, you could argue that this is not only a bit superficial, because it doesn't really affect that. Like, it's kind of fluff in the game, right? It's just something to... It's like fluff, or almost like just a little feature creep thing to make the game have another feature. And at the same time, it is like technically the least realistic thing in the game. Welcome back, irregular, if I didn't say so. Maybe you need to do it in Swedish. No, Trash, no, I see where this is going. I see where this is going. I'm not falling for it, man. What, grab a hold of these nuts? Is that where this is going? I'm gonna assume that is where this is going. Your response has been recorded. European German, sweet, thank you very much, Supertonic. If you want to keep the need to charge the flashlight periodically or at specific times, you might want to either just hit it a few times or have a dynamo flashlight. Yeah, you could do something like that. There's also other things you could do where you actually... But then it also, like, the issue is that it might still be quite superficial. I was thinking, like, what if instead of picking up batteries, the thing you do is that you have, instead of having like X amount of batteries in your backpack, you just have a big battery pack, and each time you click it, you get one battery, and it's technically infinite. But then again, the issue kind of becomes like, what in that case, what's the point of it? Like, what does it add to the game? Do you know what I mean? Dynamo could work. I know that Amnesia, the Dark Bunker, or the Bunker, or whatever it's called, they use something like that. Because that's the one you would manually charge up, right? Like, it doesn't have like a proper battery system, it's more like you... Yeah, the Bunker, okay. Batteries could make the flashlight glow bigger. It does. So the way it works right now, the way the flashlight works is that, or the current battery system works like this. Flashlight is constantly draining, and when it is draining, the light gets weaker, and the area, like the area of the actual light, gets smaller until it gets fairly hard to see much, right? And then it stops draining at 15% as to not force a loose condition or potential soft locks. This is basically how it currently works. And then, of course, you find batteries. Each one recharges. Right now it's 50%. That is how the system currently works. Henry, welcome in, man. Having an abundance of batteries could work, and switching out the battery to the time to create a period of spooky darkness. Yeah, it's true that... Like, what you could do, whether you have a loose condition or not, is just to make sure to add almost like too much batteries, so that it's like highly unlikely that anyone would actually need all of them. That is a fair point. But the problem is also that that would probably get better if we had more batteries though. Because the issue right now is that some people also want to min-max this or be as efficient as possible. And especially since the battery doesn't say that it only charges 50%, what a lot of people do is that they wait until the flashlight is like almost drained before they actually charge it. And the issue with this is that now the player runs around with like a really small, weak light, which makes the game a lot harder, and it's more likely that they're gonna miss like important stuff in rooms and so on. But to be fair, that's often the case when you have like 2 batteries in your inventory. If you had like 20 batteries, you probably wouldn't care as much about trying to be like optimize the recharging, if that makes sense. And then perhaps some other stuff to spend batteries on. I don't know, like a remote controller. No, you could definitely argue that we could come up with another use case for the battery too. What is up, Amises? Welcome in, man. How are you doing? Morjesta veli. Yeah, it's tricky. The main thing that I find a little bit annoying here, because like if there's no loose condition to running out of batteries, what's the point? Do you know what I mean? Like, all of these different like systems that we are brainstorming and so on, the question is kind of like, what is the actual purpose of it? Like, what does it add to the game? Compared to just having a flashlight that's always fully charged or whatever. Because right now, the only thing that I would say that the batteries do is just like add some extra interaction. Like, that is really what it does. Which is why I say that it technically is fairly superficial, because it doesn't really affect the game that much. There's no real consequences other than seeing a bit less. And at that point, I don't know, it's tricky. I know the bunker, I'm fairly sure that they do it in a... because they have the dynamo flashlight, which that one I think is about sound, right? Because I think you make noise when you charge it up. So that one that does have like a different purpose, but I don't know if I would like the exact same one. And for a dynamo, since you could theoretically charge that one at any point, I don't know what else would be the purpose of it. Oh, you've been busy with the Steam playtest? Yeah, indeed. Amises have just started the official Steam playtest for his game. How's it going, man? How has the first day been? Shout out to Amises, yet another game developer on Twitch working on Shadows of Tuonela. Go and check it out. Requests to join the playtest if you're interested. Wishlist the game, all that good stuff. If it's just about the light, then it's okay to nix it, in my opinion. But if there's concrete choices to where you spend your batteries, then it becomes interesting. Yeah. And that's why I kind of feel like I don't know what would create that, like, the feeling of strategic choices for the flashlight. Like, that works for the bunker, right? Because the strategy around charging the dynamo flashlight in the bunker is that it makes noise. So it's like a risk and reward thing. Like, do I want to charge it now? The risk of being heard, but I will be able to see more or whatever it is. I don't know how a lot of other horror games do it, to be honest. Because I know that it's fairly common to see flashlights or battery systems for flashlights. But like, do you lose in those games if you run out of battery? Because that's the thing, like, I don't know if I would want a lose condition. Partly because it seems very easy to soft lock the player. Like, if you run out of battery but you picked up most batteries around you and you die, you then restart at a checkpoint where you will like basically inevitably run out of battery again. So at that point it's like, I don't know if that feels... Yeah, I don't know. I don't feel great about having like a, you know, proper lose condition for running out of battery. But then, yeah, as we have discussed, the issue instead becomes, if there's not a lose condition, what is the fucking point? In Outlast, your camcorder runs out of batteries too, but with depleted batteries you still have bare minimum of vision without losing the game. Camcorder's night vision basically acts as a flashlight. Okay, so in other words, we could say that they are basically doing the same thing as our current system. Right? Because it sounds like there's no lose condition. You still have a little bit of vision left, which is all stop draining at 15%. So it sounds like that is basically the same. Do you have any other lose conditions? Yes. You can like die and stuff. Which is the only thing that I don't like about having a lose condition for something that's based on time, which the flashlight is, right? Like, it's time that drains the flashlight. Batteries would buys you more time with the light on. So the reason why I don't want to have a lose condition is that what that means is that we are just saying that this is the time in which you have to complete the game. And I don't know if this should be like you could argue that that stress could be good for a horror game, like being a bit scared of running out of battery or whatever. But I don't know. Hi, my name is Demo. What is up, Wakacha? How you doing? Let me just make sure spoilers are disabled and stuff. Should be good. I'm using a lantern in my game that uses fuel. If the light goes out, you have a set amount of time before you die. But fuel management is a core mechanic in my game. So how do you balance it so that the player cannot be soft-locked? Like, because that's the thing I'm scared about with a system like that. Basically, if the player has picked up all the fuel around them, but they spend too much time and they start running out of it and they die. Is there a chance of them getting soft locked because they will respawn with still no more fuel? Or well, basically the same fuel they had, but since they ran out the first time, they will most likely run out again. Or like, how do you balance it so that doesn't happen? Just one of the ways I see how we could do it is like Henry said. Like, the way to fix it could be to just make sure that there are a shit ton of batteries. And maybe you could also make the flashlight run out a bit slower. Basically, just make sure that it's almost impossible that someone wouldn't have completed a game before they run out of batteries. Everything's been smooth, one input is kind of fucked, right-clicking. Oh, interesting. Is it the same issue as the earlier playtest? Because Oh yeah, is it? Because I had that issue during the non-Steam playtest. Other than that, things are looking good, nice to hear. I have a save points that resets the fuel, but I'm also generous with it, okay. Yeah, I mean, I do suppose we could just spam out more batteries. Like, make sure that there are... I still don't... I'm not sure... I'm still not sure if I want to have a loose condition. It's fucking tricky, man. Maybe we'll keep it for the first demo and just make sure to spawn a bunch of extra batteries so players are not constantly running around at 15%. Now I have a fair amount of batteries, so we're also outside, which is a bit brighter. You can kind of tell how big the area is, and then if we recharge it, it is slightly bigger, slightly stronger. Yeah, it's tricky, it's tricky. I don't know. I think I'm gonna leave it for now, because I feel like I need more time to really contemplate this, whether or not to have it. Like I said, one of the main reasons why I would want to keep it, partly because it's cool, like I think it's a cool little mechanic to charge your flashlight, although it doesn't really add that much to the game. But the other thing is that it's just nice to have something for the player to find and pick up in a lot of places. Because if we don't have a reconsumable item, such as batteries, then I have to like fill the house with so much unique things, which is obviously a lot more work for the player to pick up. Because it feels boring if like 90% of rooms just doesn't have anything for you to pick up. Can you amp with the monster frequency to amp things up when out of battery? You could. Well, once again, the main issue I see with this is that what that does, once again, is that we're adding more punishment for people who are low on battery, right? Like, not only will you see less, but you will also be in more danger. And who are going to have the least amount of battery? The people who are already struggling in the game. And I'm unsure if it's a good idea to punish the people who are already having a hard time. Of course, you could argue this is a horror game, like it's not supposed to feel too welcoming and so on. But, you know, I also don't want players to rage quit the game because they keep running out of battery. You could just increase battery time, true. But this is where I find my issue with it is, like, then at some point the question ends up being, what is the point of it? Like, why have it in the game? Like, if it takes you an hour before you run out of flashlight, and if there's an abundance of batteries in the game, at that point, what's the point of having it? Like, what does it actually add to the game? Like, that is kind of the question I'm struggling with right now. Like, on a like general level, like, I enjoy having the system, but at the same time, I'm starting to struggle a little bit with just figuring out what it actually adds to the game, other than just having another mechanic and having something to pick up and collect, you know, because that is basically the main purpose of it, I would say right now. Yeah, what is indeed the point for batteries? Just something to pick up. That is one of the bigger ones, to be honest. Just that it makes it very easy for me to spread things around the manor for the player to pick up, so there's just a little bit more interaction, you know? Well, it makes it so you can't just sit around. Like, it's not really a huge deal, but that risk is still there, so don't laze about. Yeah. No, that's a good point, I suppose. You do feel a little bit more urgency with it. Hi, Joyan, welcome in. How you doing? I can see how time pressure doesn't go well with puzzles. Yeah, that's kind of the issue especially if we have a loose condition.
Jinx challenges the community to a marble race.
Let's do it. Because if we have a loose condition, it's basically like we have a puzzle game that forces people to stop and think about things and trying to figure stuff out, and at the same time, like in the overarching like playthrough, I'm also adding a time limit that says you need to do it in this time, and I'm not certain if those things are going to go well hand in hand. Also, I'm the type of gamer that likes to explore and double check, make sure I find everything. Yeah, and that's the issue here that I find is that like you who like to explore and double check stuff, as well as people who are struggling with puzzles, are like the people who end up getting all of the consequences out of the battery system. Whereas the players that are already doing good in the game are like the least affected by it. So it feels like that's a little bit odd. It's like the harder you find it, the harder it becomes. Which that feels a little bit off. Put a bucket of batteries next to the puzzle. I mean, yeah, you could. Good games have different pacing to convey feelings. You should feel safe at times, so that you can ramp up the anxiousness again. See Alan Wake, for example. It has clear lit areas, which are safe havens. And like, there are places where that would be the case. Yeah, like, obviously, if you have the lights on in a room, you don't need a flashlight. You can turn it off and save the battery, right? It doesn't necessarily mean that you are safe, but, you know, you don't have to drain the battery, but yeah, I don't know, I'm kind of struggling with it. Kind of like a really slow-moving enemy, I think. Like, it's there, and if you're around it, no threat really, but if you sit too long and it catches you, well, I guess that's the question. Is the flashlight the thing that should make you not want to sit around? Or should it be the motivation to, like, I don't know, get out of this place or to survive? Like, it feels like that should be more so the motivation to feel some urgency, rather than like, oh no, my battery powered flashlight is running out of battery. I don't know, it's tricky. But before we get too much into it, let's do a quick little marble race. Jin as the Redeemer, do you have a preferred map? Preferred level? I think this is one of those things that playtesting solves. It's really hard to tell it yourself if there needs to be more difficulty micromanagement when you know how it's supposed to be played. When you see others play it, you see if they're having it easy to hard. Yeah, but that's the thing. Like, this is partly like, I've had a fair amount of people playtest the game, and that is one of the reasons why I'm feeling hesitant about the battery system. Like, I like the fact that they can find batteries, like there's things for them to pick up. But it's also not that uncommon to see someone running around with like 15% battery for like 30 minutes, either because they didn't find the battery, or because they just forgot to charge it. Like, after a while you get used to the flashlight being smaller, right? So you kind of don't notice it. And since there's nothing saying like, oh, fucking charge your flashlight, a lot of people just play for a very long time with low light, which makes it harder, makes it so it's easier to miss stuff. And at that point it's easier for the player to get stuck, and generally speaking, being stuck for too long isn't that fun. Can you burn batteries for exploration, then reload, save and speedrun to the items you located? Theoretically, you could have probably done so. It depends on exactly how we implement the save system, which is still under the works. I've had 3 playtests and also the same thing, and I've done so much fixing. All the fixing was stuff I thought was good but weren't, such as when you're the dev and know everything. I already want to cheese it. Okay, you wanted the teleporter? Let's do it. Ladies and gentlemen, type !join in the chat if you want some marbles. And as the new tradition is, we will also make a little prediction here in case you wanna gamble a little bit, gamble some points. So we're gonna do prediction for whether or not Jin will win as the challenger. 2 minutes to cast your predictions, starting now. Having a fair amount of marbles here. I don't remember, I didn't check what my settings were at, but I think it was 5 marbles for regular viewers, 10 for subscribers, if I'm not mistaken. We currently have 100 points on Na, and we have almost 800 on Hell Yeah. 10,000 points bet, 12,000 points bet on Jin not winning. Which does mean that, you know, it's more risky to bet on Jin winning, but if that is the correct choice, you might earn a lot of channel points. You know, it's risk versus reward here, right? Oh, almost 2,000 now on Jin winning, whereas 12,000 on Jin losing. Always believe, Cheetah is a believer. Frostcore is Team Na. I bet on me losing? That's outrageous. Which is the funniest thing now is if you end up winning Jin, you basically win and lose at the same time. Like, you'll win the race, but you'll lose your channel points. Whereas Cheetah, who technically is the complete opposite. He might take your points if you win, which is a bit ironic. Easy points, I join is confident. We have about like 15 seconds left or something. 2.3k on Jin winning, 13k on Jin losing. Tartaru, welcome in, man. And that we have it. The vote is, or the prediction is over, so let's start up the race. For anyone who hasn't joined yet, if you want some marbles, type !join in the chat. Otherwise, we're gonna be starting in about 10 seconds. This map is a little bit bugged, by the way. There's a little diamond at the very end that's invisible. So if you hit a invisible hitbox, don't worry too much. Oh, quite a few people got caught by the fan there. Let's see, do we have Jin here? Jin is not in the lead going into the Plinkos. That's the first Jin I see. Jin is the red marbles. We have Frostcore, iJoyan, Josh, and Soap first into the swooshes or whatever. Josh, Frostcore, Tartaru. Oh, Tartaru does get thrown out though. And both here get caught by the fan, but in the end, Frostcore will be the winner. This is where we have the little invisible diamonds, like little bug, but oh well. Amises in second place, iJoyan in third. Josh 4, another Frostcore, Tartaru 6, Soap 7, Josh 8, Keaton 9, Soap 10. Which means that Jin is not even in the top 10. Here we have a lone Jin struggling a little bit. does get hit by the fan as well. The double time. I think that might be the last marble. Yep. Oh, does get hit again and again, but finally makes it in. There we have it. That is every marble in the goal. No, I mean, yeah. I can't believe it. Yeah, Josh and Cheetah. Some of the believers are gonna lose a bit of points here, unfortunately. Wait, how do you join twice? So the way I've set it up so I can assign the actual amount of points you get. So currently I do 5 marbles by default and 10 for subscribers. But I can set this to... I could do just 1 for everybody and so on as well. But yeah, the reason why people had more is that basically everyone gets 5. If you're a subscriber, you get double the amount. Last marble is the winner, guys. Yeah, last one rolling. Okay, let's complete the prediction. Unfortunately, Jin was not the winner, so the, what was it, like 3,000 points or something will be divided amongst the non-believers. I have never won this before. I feel accomplished. Let's go. But yeah, that is it, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get back to work. Easiest 3k points of my life. Okay, what are we gonna do? I think I'm gonna leave the battery system for now. I feel like I need more time to think about this. But it's something I'm gonna consider it.
Flawless.
Cheers, man. Improve starting tutorial. Ironically, I have a pretty good way of improving the starting tutorial. Because right now it feels a little bit janky. I don't know. I need to make sure, if we're gonna do like a public demo, that the tutorial is as good as possible. Because everyone loves tutorials, right?
How many channel points to replace marbles with beans? I would pay for that.
I mean, you probably could. I think the biggest issue is making sure that people don't get stuck in stuff, because the shape would change, which means that the hitbox would change. Unless you do a round hitbox and just have the beans like rolling. Yeah, I don't think the yes votes have ever been made mathematically. Betting on no is usually smart. Yes, but that's the interesting thing, right? Because that means that, generally speaking at least, more people are gonna bet no. So most of the points, a lot of the time, will be on no. Which means that even betting a little bit on yes could grant you a bigger payout. It's a bit of risk and reward, I suppose. So yeah, when you start the game right now, first thing that happens is that you get the tutorial for how to turn on the flashlight. Which, I don't know if I like these boxes anymore. I feel like they don't look super nice. I don't know what to do though. I'm thinking about maybe not even doing a box, just having like a darkish box to make sure that, you know, it's readable, but not having like a proper border and so on. I feel like that potentially could look neater. Once you turn it on, you get the little pop-up for how to use the inventory. And here is where we need to fix it. Once you open this one, you get this. Click items in your bag to use or inspect them. The only issue is that this one only disables after you use an item. Which means that if I inspect this one, and then I open the backpack again, it shows up again, and that feels odd, right? Whereas once I pick up an item, I get this one for like how to basically use usable items. This is also a little bit weird because it says that I can click on something to interact or press the right mouse button to deselect it. But once again, the only thing that disables this one is actually interacting, so if I deselect it, it stays here. I don't know, does it disappear if I go to a new room? It might, yeah. So that part I think I want to change. Currently the map doesn't really show up before you need it, like the tutorial that says like, oh, here's where you look at the map. But if you would open the map before then you get this for like how to close it. And then the other one wouldn't trigger, because that I think is also important. If someone stumbles upon the map and naturally learns how to use it, there's no reason for me to teach them later. But I also think, like, for example, maybe the inventory shouldn't even be enabled from the start. Because right now, that's also a bit weird. Here you get this. Do we have persistent new icons now? What do you mean, Kita? This is interesting about tutorials. I really hate the channel when you can't do anything else than one thing is prompting. So yeah, I don't do that. Because even now, and here I actually kind of think that's an issue, because of the way it's implemented. Here it tells me how to turn on the flashlight. But I could open my inventory instead. And now we have double tutorial messages. That doesn't feel good. Then again, if I could have walked out of here without turning on my flashlight, this would just disappear. Now, I can't click on anything, just allow yourself, but... So like, I don't force the player too much in that sense. Like even here, click items in your bag to use to inspect them. You can just go, nah. You know, you don't have to do it. Now, though, for that specific one, it is going to show up again, but that doesn't mean that you have to listen to it. Because I think that's fairly important too. Like, most of the time, I don't want the... Like, I want it to be like... It shouldn't be a tutorial section. It should... I just want to have tutorial tips. They basically hint at, like, this is how the game works. But if you want to, you should basically be able to play without reading any of them. Which kind of is the case. Like the only one that doesn't work that way is the flashlight. Theoretically it works that way. Like if the light would have started on, then I could have just walked away and that tutorial would have disappeared. Now, that one you kind of have to do because you have to turn on the flashlight to play, but that's like arbitrary, right? Yeah, it shouldn't get in the way, yeah, exactly. And then, of course, we also allow people to just turn this off completely. Like, if you don't want it, turn it off. But I do think we need to have a tutorial, because I have realized before that it is way too easy to assume that stuff is intuitive. I also don't know. I'm kind of thinking about maybe moving the tutorial tips again, just always having them in a certain corner or something. I don't feel like this looks very good. Do you know what I mean? But I don't know how I want to present it. I don't want to have like a big box that covers the screen because that becomes too intrusive. I did try before. Right now I do the thing where we basically put the tip close to the thing you are interacting with, or whatever. But that also makes it feel a little bit like inconsistent, which I don't know if I... Like, it would look better if they were always in the same place. Whether that makes more sense or not is a different question, but it would look better, I think. Stretch, let's do it. Remember to stretch your hands and stuff, people. Don't get fucking carpal tunnel syndrome like I'm getting. I actually think I'm gonna be screwed soon, man. How you doing, Strom? Are you having a good Monday? It is Monday. I don't know, I'm kinda wondering if I should make like a little event system up in the corner. For everything. For like the tutorials, as well as for the random little toasts you might get, like this one. Whether I should just make like a event system on the side where it just pops up, stays for a few seconds and disappears. It becomes like a little queue of things instead. Or just one disables the other one. It would always display here. Also, like I said, I don't know if I like this one. Like, I'm starting to kind of consider if I should have done something like this instead. And just put the text here. Once again, like a little bit less intrusive. I feel like it could look nicer. Let me know what you guys think. Yeah, I'm thinking about getting rid of the batteries in the start so that the journal is the only thing you can click on. And then having that tutorial disabled when you open the journal. And then the next time when you pick something up, that's when you get the message for like, okay, once you're holding an item, this is how you use it, basically. And then as well, like I said, I think you should maybe not be able to open the inventory until you turn on the flashlight. Just so you don't get two tutorial messages at once, that feels weird. How does the semi-transparent black look in this game? Well, it would basically just be like a little shadow behind the text, right? Because the main reason for that is like in case you would be somewhere, in case there would be some like very light outlines or something here, then maybe the text would be too difficult to read. So that would kind of be the purpose of it. But I don't know, we should try. I mean, we can see exactly how it would look. Just take the size of this one. And then make this the same size. Save that. And then switch the sprite. Now, I want you to be this one instead. Apply. We can see how it potentially would look. Not bad, just running around today, doing a whole lot of nothing. Nice, winning those type of days every now and again. But yeah, I think the floaty appearance made sense. May I just say, by the way, that indie stands for insane and delusional. But that's never shared in any devlog tutorial or lecture. Like, I don't know, I kinda think this looks a lot cleaner. What we could do as well to make this stand out a little bit more is to just put like a little light bulb next to it. Isn't that fairly common for tutorial things? Tutorial tip game. No. That is not what I meant. Guided tutorial. Oh, I don't know if this is good. Just listing every single key binding once. Toggle overlays. With a little arrow thing. Or should we have a mascot? Is that what we should do? Have a little mascot pop up in the corner and be like, this is how you play this very dark horror game. Jotson, welcome in man, how you doing? It does look much better, eerie and fitting, yeah. Make the pixel art clippy and it's self-explanatory, yeah exactly. Did you guys know that Jotson is yet another game developer on Twitch.tv? Go and check him out. Have I not made a custom one? I will sort that out. There you go. I suppose it is fairly common to have like a character actually explain the tutorial. I'm trying to see if I could find someone that actually uses the light bulb thing. Is that not? I feel like I've seen that. Just can that not like represent a tip, basically? Maybe less so a tutorial, but more so a tip of what you can do. Because usually a light bulb is like an idea, right? And I think you can see it in these type of like toasts that pop up sometime, as in like, here's an idea for what you could do, basically. Pixel art clipper, yeah. I've seen light bulbs, yeah, I think it's a thing, right? You know what I could do as well? I could put a tutorial book inside of the game. Did I remove the book from here? No, it's still here. I still haven't actually implemented a book in the game. Wait, what? I can't pick it up? Where's my book? Mother Sheep, the one and only. Welcome in, man. How was your stream? Hope you're doing well. Big shout out to Marasheep, yet another developer on twitch.tv. Currently working on his game Faith and Despair, which is it's like a deck builder where you get to customize the cards yourself. It's really cool, so go and check it out, people. Also, the game is actually releasing fairly soon, like 12th of November. Yep, I actually remembered, look at that. 12th of November. Go and check it out, people. Wishlist the game, play the demo, support our fellow developers. How you doing, Marasheep? I was lurking a bit in your stream earlier, I saw you working on some music. Welcome in Half Body Toy, hope you're doing well. Remember, the 12th of November. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like this looks better, not having the actual box. But then maybe just putting everything up in the corner or like in the center or something. Like center top. I feel like the outline or the background could have been a tad bit darker though. Maybe done it more like this. I feel like this looks a lot better. Yeah, I was working on soundtrack today. How did it go? Did you finish it? Anything you wanna share? Kane, welcome in, man. Hey, Choppy, I'm so excited for the demo. Cheers, man. Yeah, I am too. I'm slightly stressed and but also excited. I think I might put them all up here again. Like all tutorial tips go here, but with a little light bulb to represent that this is a tutorial tip. And then maybe do the same thing. Oh yeah, that happened automatically. Now we have this. Now we don't have the box for this anymore either. For these, I'm actually starting to wonder if we should put it at the bottom. Kind of like subtitles. Because, in theory, this is you, right? Like, this is kind of your own thoughts. Like, you do something and then you go, that won't do anything. Right? And those type of subtitles are usually at the bottom. So maybe these should be as well. That does get a little bit more annoying if you're in a... if you're at a close-up puzzle. Just then there's a big arrow here. I don't know how that would look. Let me see if I can give you guys an idea. Can I do this? Okay, it worked. Like, if I'm standing here, the tutorial tip... I mean, I could try and line it up so most of the text is here, just above. Because it feels weird if it's gonna go over the arrow, I think. I feel like that would be a bit odd. How's the demo coming along? So far so good, we're making a lot of progress. I've been working a lot on the localization recently. So we're starting to have the game playable in a lot more languages. And there are a handful more to come as well. I've sent out like 4 more localization sheets or something. So, but yeah, if anyone wants to help out and localize the game, make sure to apply. Especially, please, someone tell me that you know simplified Chinese. Help me. I did end up doing ChatGPT for the simplified Chinese, but obviously I'm gonna need someone to double check this. So if by any chance there's anyone in here that actually knows simplified Chinese, please apply. I would love for you to help me. I did a demo for storytelling visual novel for my interactive storytelling class, but I'm shy to show it because the backgrounds are still AI plays all the pictures. That's kind of the same thought I have here, like, this is, I bet that a lot of this is like good enough, but I don't feel confident releasing the demo with this language being only made by AI, not having an actual person look it over to make sure stuff is correct. Bottom is pretty standard. Yeah, I think it might be better to put those type of texts in the bottom. Technically be in the middle of the screen, like a passing thought. The only thing I don't love about having it be in the middle of the screen is that it might cover up something you want to click on. Because I think that these type of messages, you should easily be able to ignore them. It feels like it could be a little bit more intrusive if it was at the center. Foolbots, welcome in, man. Let me actually snooze this ad here with just like a few seconds left. That was fucking close. Just did you guys know, if I'm not mistaken, I've heard some news. Foolbots, do we have a little Steam page up? Do we have a Steam page for Strobe Creep? Have I heard correctly? Are the rumors correct? Because if that is the case, then you bloody better send it in the chat, man. For my first game that I put on Steam, you'll be in my credits as my mentor and inspiration. Oh, thank you so much, Kane. That is so kind of you. Look at that, ladies and gentlemen. Strobe Creep is actually coming to Steam. A whispering flame craves souls, which, with each offering, your resolve strengthens. Fight spirits, collect their essences, and feed a hunger that may never subside in this short, eerie, incremental game. Vast upgrade systems, simple addicting combat, moody ambient soundtrack, experienced in around 2.5 active hours. Gonna do a lot of localization as well, I see. Or have you already implemented this? I think we do have a little trailer as well. The Babs were right. Only in the Steam page? Okay. Damn, look at this guy with all his colors. Your palette is like twice as big as mine. Which, for reference, means that you have like 5 colors instead of 2. So... yeah, I have like 5 colors, yeah, that's what I mean. But technically it is like twice as many as I have. Because technically I have like 3 or something if you count the black and white as colors. If you don't count the black and white as colors, I have 1 color in the game, which is red. Strobe Creep must be referring to the palette. I think so. I wouldn't be able to handle this many colors, man. Nice little animation here as well. CRT filter. Looks really good, man. Very exciting. Ladies and gentlemen, go and support our fellow developers. Wishlist and follow. Posted a new song in your Discord if you wanna check it out, show your work, let's do it. Let's do it. Okay, I'm gonna snooze this ad too. New song for my game I made on stream today, let's check it out. Oh, it sounds a bit spooky. Still need to do more marketing for it, but TikTok and YouTube Shorts annoy me. Yeah, I need to as well, man. I really do. Need to... Just, I mean, we are lacking still. I mean, I'm very happy about the amount of wish lists that we've been able to collect so far. But for like the final release, I would kind of need to have more than this. Do you know what I mean? We need to get the game out there. It sounds good, man. Is it your voice? Are you the voice as well? I don't remember. I know you played a bunch of instruments. I don't remember if you were a bit of a vocal artist as well. It is nice. Good shit, man. Didn't mean to steal a thunder, sorry. No, no worries, Jane. No, you can post wherever you want to. It's the purpose of this channel is to show your work. Ladies and gentlemen, if you want to join the Discord, go and check it out. What software did you use? I don't remember. I didn't pay enough attention earlier. I don't think it was Fruity Loops, right? FL Studio. Like what DAW do you use? This is 3 parts: map part, fight part, and then boss fight with lyrics. Leave some talent for the rest of us. True. Samplitude Pro, interesting. I mean, it sounds mad professional, dude. Samplitude, I don't know if I've heard of that one. Should have made it 1 second shorter though. Missed opportunity. Reminds me of a Radiohead Pyramid song. Gotcha, we'll make you 1 second short and put you in the credits for the suggestion. Sounds good, man, is what I would expect. No, of course not. Good shit, man, that sounds really good. Storytelling demo is nowhere near finished. I'm probably dropping the project because I did this in like 2 weeks on Adderall and caffeine. Two beautiful teammates that have been more than life-saving. I was able to put the story into a somewhat functional demo. Good shit. Go and check this out as well, people. Support our fellow developers. Okay, last ad I can snooze. I'm gonna do it, because, yeah. Screw you, Bezos. You can't tell me what to do. There's a game from Bandaloop called A Night in Ashmere Manor. I got a voice acting gig in that one. Ooh. You know what? I'm gonna be honest. I kind of regret not doing a title more similar to that. I don't know about if I would have done like a night in, but I feel like it could have been fairly nice to have a... I feel like a title similar to like just Ashmere Manor or something could have been a really good title for a game like this. But I kind of feel like I'm in too deep. I don't know if I want to fucking rebrand the game at this point. But it is something I thought about a little bit. Like, I don't think my title is bad by any means, but I don't know. Yeah, now you can see, now we are actually on the lowest battery. Outside is a little bit brighter though, so let's see. Can I not teleport inside anymore? Oh, because I went through the menu maybe? I think that might be it. Okay, let me cheat a little bit and get indoors. So like, this is where you're at on the lowest battery. For me, this isn't too bad, but obviously it does depend a little bit on your display as well. Like where you are on the brightness level. It's a pretty big difference being at full battery or lowest. Because this almost lights up like half the screen or something. Thanks for the listen, of course, man. Okay, let's do some quick changes to the tutorial. What do I need to do? I need to go here. Tutorial. So I kinda think I should move these again. I don't know. Because right now, every tutorial, or at least a lot of the tutorials, are in like different places. They are like jumping around the screen. I'm kinda thinking if I should just keep them all here. Oh, sorry Strom, I still haven't set that one up. But I can manually link the playtester applications. Boom. There you go. The localization one is functional though, so if anyone speaks another language and you'd be interested in localizing the game, especially, please, if you speak simplified Chinese, I need you. I need you, please help me. You don't even have to translate it all, you just need to double check and correct. I really need to find someone who can do that for me. Do you need gibberish? I can do that. Would have been a little bit fun, just do... Someone else said, I wonder if it was Jin, that said we could have done like Klingon or some shit. Click on objects to interact with them. I've actually removed that one. That one is no longer in the game, because I don't know if it has to be. I feel like it's fairly... I feel like this is an unnecessary tooltip. Or tutorial tip. Is it fair to say that it's fairly obvious that you should click on items to interact with them? I feel like that's fairly obvious. That might be one of the things we can that we can assume is intuitive enough. Just everyone being chirpy or something? Yeah, someone gets stuck, can't change language back. Sorry guys, we do have an ad coming up for any non-subscribers in a few seconds. I cannot skip this one. Appreciate your patience. I can have with German, but I think that's already covered. Yeah, I think we have almost just finished the German translation. But if you wanna apply as a backup, you can always do that. If you haven't applied, I know I had a handful of applications for German. But it might always be good having, you know, having backups in case someone can't do the full game and so on. Because I am gonna need more than what we have localized right now. Wait, I know someone who did my simplified Chinese translation and lost him. Oh, please do, Maraship. I really need to... Because I think simplified Chinese is like the most important language for me to localize for. To the point where, I've said this before, I don't think I'm gonna release this demo if I can't have simplified Chinese. Like, I do think it's that important. Okay, ads are running. The official Doug translation where every word is just Doug. Chirpy 1, bases 1, yeah, we are technically Chirpy 3. I skipped 3 ads in a row, so you know what, I'm still in the lead. Backup dancers, sign me up. Do you wanna... Can you record yourself and I put you in the background of the credits? Like while the credits roll, we just have you on the side with some dance moves. At this point I can just send you my CV and portfolio and you can pick and choose whatever you need. Amazon Hitman coming to your door. Okay, Elias, I'll do it. Okay, Bond movie opening silhouette. That would have been very funny. That would have actually been pretty funny. I don't know if it would fit the game, like the vibe of the game, but it would have been funny. Where the fuck is my light bulb? Oh, I've misspelled it. Item light bulb. No wonder I couldn't find it. Okay, so I do have a smaller version as well. Because this is basically what I'm thinking. Like, we could have done something like this for the tutorial messages. And if that one is too big, we could also... This one isn't as clear though. Yeah. I don't know if that one reads well enough as a light bulb. It would kinda need to be this one. What do you guys think? Light bulbs for the tutorial tips. reminds me of this I'm the game dev skit of this one Backrooms game. Wait, what was that? What was that, Kane? Wait, you're looking for free translations, right? I mean, preferably, of course. Like, you know, I am a fellow unemployed indie game developer. Ad should be over. Welcome back, guys. So yeah, preferably, of course, I want to keep my costs as low as possible. If that isn't possible, like I would pay someone to look over the Chinese translation for me. So basically the way I've done it because you know I set up this localization sheet or whatever, or localization application form, whatever. And in that one I basically gave people the option of either applying to do it for free but then also get credit as a supporter of the game, or they could apply wanting to be compensated for it, like monetarily wise, and in that case enter the rate. So it's not like it's outside of the realm of possibilities that, at least for important languages, like the biggest ones, that is, not that any language isn't important whatsoever, but like if you know a language that has like 100,000 speakers, I'd probably be less inclined to pay for it. Tim Baudet with the raid. Welcome in, man. How are you doing? Hope you are doing well. Big shout out to Tim Baudet, yet another game developer here on twitch.tv. Go and check him out if you haven't. Anything you want to share, anything you want to show, let me know, Tim. Just good to see ya. Can you teach Timmy B Swedish? Of course I can, anytime. Anti-communist, welcome in. Trouble has arrived. For anyone coming in, if you don't know me, I go by Mad Sherpy, and I am currently working on a horror game called Shroud of Gloom, trying to polish up the tutorial a little bit, considering if I should do these little light bulbs for the tutorial messages. Let me know what you think. If you want a better idea of what my game is like though, then here's a little teaser for ya. There we have it. Game is available on Steam for wishlists. Demo hopefully coming real soon, so make sure to hit that wishlist button. Would very much appreciate it. Thornity, how you doing? Spend all the money. To be honest, ChatGPT is pretty solid if you pass a decent prompt, which I tried to do when I did the localization for Chinese. I did send him, like in my localization sheet, I basically have little comments on like every single key for like exactly what this is going to be used for. So I did send him all of those as well to make it more likely to not be complete garbage. But I'm still like, I wouldn't feel super confident like releasing the game with the Chinese localization without having had any actual human have a look at it. So I would really prefer to have someone at least like double check stuff. We just deleted the entire contents of a hard drive and began reformatting. Woo! Viking game dev, indeed. We do have a new game starting Wednesday. Ooh, is it the one game in 100 days thingy? Is that why you're starting on Wednesday? Exciting, man. Nice, nice, nice. Love the minimalist style and vibe. Thank you very much, Auntie. I'm very glad to hear that. Yes, sir. Let's go, man. Okay, what was this? Chain, you sent me this some game dev thing from the back rooms or something, I think you said?
A few of you have requested the full version of I'm a Game Dev, and I'm not one to disappoint, so here we are. Enjoy.
Wait. Is this in the game? Or, wait, what? Is this in the actual game?
Hello? Hello, is this thing on? Hello, can you hear me? You can hear me? Oh, good. Okay then.
Oh my god, it's the game developer. He just looked at me.
It's me, darling. It's me.
If this is actually in the game, then it's fucking sick.
D-E-V. I'm the game dev. I'm the game dev. Double for me, bitch. I'm the game dev. I'm the game dev. I'm the game dev. Oh shit. It's the game dev. I'm the game dev. I'm the game dev.
I mean, it
It's me, the game dev.
kind of a banger though.
Thank you for your money.
Good shit. Is that actually in the game, Kane? If that is in the game, that's fucking amazing. Reminds me of this I'm the Game Dev skit of this one Backrooms game. It sounds like it was in the actual game. If that's in the game, it's fucking fantastic. I think Silverstone got big backlash for bad Chinese translations. Yeah, I think so as well. I heard something about that. I think it's very common that people have bad Chinese translations. Tim doesn't let us out much, so this is a real treat. That was actually great. I mean, it was very fucking good. Okay, can we get a yay or nay on having light bulbs for the tutorial tips? Like, we could even, theoretically, add a little extra light to it as well. Is this not... Oh, no. What? Why is this not affecting the bloom more? Because if it just lights up the background, then it doesn't make sense. Yeah, I'm gonna say no on the light. But light bulb, yay or nay, what do you think, guys? I kinda like it. Light bulb is cool, I think. Stands for idea, and also light fits nicely to your torch. Yeah, because that's... I think it's fairly common to use it for tutorial tips. Because it is, like you said, technically the common, like, symbol, or what it commonly symbolizes, is like an idea, right? But a tutorial tip could kind of be interpreted as an idea, right? Like, here's an idea for you. Do this to fucking play the game correctly, you bastard. Do you know what I mean? Like, it kind of works. I think it's... I didn't find an actual video game tutorial light bulb. Can I find an actual screenshot of someone's done it? I'm so sure someone has, though.
Hello sir, how are you doing?
I am doing quite great. How are you doing, Lupo? Welcome in, man. I think it made sense. I can't find any reference whatsoever, but I think it made sense. Do this thing to play the game the right way, you bastard. Record that as a voiceover. The alternative will be... would just be a pixel dot that should have been a bit of a shine that animates light to dark slowly, yeah. Play it every time for the tutorial tip. It would be kinda funny, to be honest. Oh, is this because this one isn't lit? Is that why you're not reacting more? I mean, that kinda makes sense. Yeah, there you go, there you go. This is what we're looking for. Now, the only thing that is a little bit weird here is that this would light up the background as well. I guess we just make it small enough in that case. Like, how big is the outer radius? Like, we just make it basically as small as possible. Which is what, like... this, and then move it up a little bit, maybe? And then you could fucking up the intensity. Shit ton. Get a bunch of bloom. Maybe a bit much. Trying to find a new game to play, an indie game preferably. Play Mothership's demo, it's out on Steam. What's this music? Can you post a link? This is all Binding of Isaac music. I'm just listening to the Binding of Isaac full OST playlist. The previous song was... was it this one? Yeah, River of Despair Downpour. Does that update? It does. This is the... that should be the link to the actual song that you were listening to. I think that works well. Lightbow is fine and has personality, I go with it. Yeah, I think I'm gonna do it. I kinda like it. And not doing the box as well, I think it looks better that way. Thanks, no worries, man. Ah, and the way we made sure that this light doesn't affect the background as much could be to just have the box be behind this as well. Kinda like that. Okay, let's rename this one into light bulb. And then let's do this on a tip that we actually use, which is like the flashlight. We're gonna take the light bulb, make you a child of that one instead, turn that one off. The thing is that, like I said, I'm not sure I want to move them around like this. Like, am I crazy to kind of want to potentially keep all of these in the corner? I think that's fine. Because there's something where I find it to look a lot cleaner and professional when it's always in the same place compared to jumping around constantly. I don't know. Accelerate is another good one. We did play that on stream. One of Timbo Death's games. Thanks, no worries, man. Chirpy is known for his immense games catalog, trust him. True. I have played every game in existence. Chappie just plays marble games on stream, that's about it. That's not true. We've been playing a bunch of horror games. We played 10 Bells. We playing Resident Evil. We play tested a Mises game. You know, I'm a proper gamer. I'm a proper gamer. Then I wonder if I should actually align this to the left instead. I think that looks better. I think this looks better. Okay. Let's use this one as the base here. Okay, this is the actual tooltip. Text component links to that one. And this has you have a canvas group, right? So when we fade this in, everything will fade good. Okay, let's just do this. Let's put you here. So, since this is the current size, I've been using it like this. I think I want to keep... Oh, no. No. Content size fitter. Make the box bloody dynamic. Can I do that? But then I kinda need a content size fitter on this one. But then you're gonna... I don't know if I want these to be... like a full line, because some of them are fairly long. Like, it would kind of work for this one, but for the larger ones, such as like this one maybe. I mean, it doesn't look that bad, to be honest. The Swapper. Quite well received atmospheric puzzle game. Massively discounted. Don't think I've heard of that one. Anyone surprised? It's serviceable, don't overthink it. Do you even know me, cheater? Do you even know me, man? And as I typed that, I realized you probably will. You always do, exactly. What the fuck? You think I'm not gonna overthink the smallest detail of this? Of course I am. It's literally what I do. This is what I'm paid for, and not really, but it is what I do. I'm thinking it would be nice if I can make this stretch out to be the size it needs to be. But I don't know how that would work. Since this is now just one color, since this is now just one color, I could stretch it. But if I put a content size fitter on this, that's gonna be for the actual image. That doesn't take child objects into account, does it? Content size fitter. Horizontal fit. preferred size. Oh, it does. Oh. So if I remove stuff here, no. No, this is just you just change images of the image. Because you made this native size, didn't you? Yeah. I guess what I should do is have duplicate texts. Have this one scale with the text and have that one have a content size fitter and then put the other text on top. Wait, can I not do that with layer shit? Yeah, layer shit. Can I do that with layer shit? No, because I don't have... Oh wait, I could do it with z value, couldn't I? Because if I put u at like -5, that has no change whatsoever. Okay. I don't think I care that much. You need a backdrop or drop shadow around that tip so it stands out. Might just get lost in the background. Yeah, that's what this is for. So this is a... Oh, it's not visible here, but it's a not full opacity. You know, you can kind of see through it. Because I think that is true. Like, in case there would be some bright details behind, we do need to... We need to make sure this one stands out a fair amount. Okay, why is the normal size of my text? I did the same size as the box -3 all around. So 107.20. So maybe I should just have you always be that size. Text. Wait, 20. You should be 17. 107, you should be 104. Because then I think we can even, if we need to, we can fit 3 entire rows here. Maybe even 4. Yeah, which that should be enough for any tutorial tip we might have. There's no way we're gonna have a tutorial tip longer than that. Okay, so that's good. And then we have the flashlight. So we want this box to be a little bit bigger. Or little bit wider, rather. Since we now have the light bulb as well. Which is what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 pixels. Okay. Okay. We need to add 8 pixels for the light bulb. And then maybe 6 pixels. So that there is some... padding? Is that what you call it? I think you call it padding, don't you? So that will be the full tutorial tip. Padding, right? You played the Hunter, right? I have. I've played a fair amount of the Hunter. I did stream it quite a bit back in the days. When I say quite a bit, I mean like a handful of streams. I'm not talking like hundreds of hours here, but... I mean, we can check. What did we say? The Hunter? I have 30 hours in it. I think almost all of it is on stream. Okay, we're gonna have you set native size. We're gonna align you top right corner. I should have made my tutorial tips into prefabs. Just why I'm gonna have to redo this for each and every single one. Now I can just copy the transforms. It's fine. So you, I want to position like... Okay. 3 pixels in, I think we said, so 52. That looks decent. And this one should be 1 pixel from the edge. Didn't I do 1 pixel? Oh wait, is that a pixel? Oh yeah, it is, okay. So 7. I don't love when you get like just 1 or 2 words on the next line. I also don't love when there's this much unnecessary space. Canadian Corn Dog, how you doing, man? I have 252 hours in the Hunter? Damn, that's not too shabby. I think this is good enough. Like, since the box is only like semi-transparent, I feel like it's never gonna be like too intrusive. Shit, wait, I can't turn the flashlight on. Because at most it would be like this, right? I think that's fine. What is up, Boolean? How you doing, man? Hunt is one of the best stealth games on Steam. It is really fun. I think this looks a lot better. I think I am quite happy with this. So I wonder if we should just position you
challenges the community to a marble race.
In the very top corner. Why does it kind of pause it? The text-to-speech. Let's do a quick marble race, ladies and gentlemen. Boolean, do you have a preferred map? Can't stay long, but I think we should do a quick marble race. Let's do it. Any preferred map from the challenger? The descent? Let's do it. Exclamation mark, join in the chat if you want some marbles. Everyone gets 5 marbles, subscribers gets 10. And we're also gonna do our traditional challenge prediction here. So, will Boolean win? 2 minutes to gamble your channel points. Starting now. We have Frostcore Studios in here, Boolean, Jin. We have someone else. We have Josh in here as well. Strom. Timbo, that's coming in. So far, we have 2,000 points bet on Boolean winning and only 20 points bet on Boolean not winning. Unity Coder, welcome in, man. Morjesta, veli. Morjesta, kiitos. Minä olen puoleksi suomalainen. Heippa. Hyve. I've already forgotten how I say yes. Was it hyve? No? Isn't hyve like good or something? Fuck's sake, I'm ashamed to my Finnish forefathers. Still team nah. Hey, I recognize this song. Oh, from where? I might have reused this song. I might have this song in another one of my games. I don't know if that's what you're referring to. Holy shit, 6,000 points bet on Boolean winning, and we have 20,000 points bet on Boolean losing. Holy fucking shite. Yeah, Memento Mania, exactly. Still love that game. I'm quite happy with that game. It was like my first fairly polished game. Available on itch, if anyone wants to check it out. Is that not gonna work? Is that actually not gonna work? Fuck's sake, I need to look over my commands, people. Boom. We do it the old school manual way. Okay, the votes are over, so we're going to start a race. You have about 10 more seconds to join if you haven't gotten some marbles yet. Time starts now. Let's go, people! Starting off into the Plinko. Ooh! Josh taking a really good route first into the spinners here. Jin second. We got Emises got kicked out there for a second. Ooh, Josh just manages to catch up with Jin. Will they be the first through? They will be indeed. And both of them take the cheat route through the flipper. Never seen before. The double Jin and Josh, as well as Cheetah, will be first into the Arkanoid. However, this one is known as the starting line 2.0, because a lot of marbles are going to catch up here. Let's see who is first through. It looks like Josh goes into the swooshes, but gets a little bit caught up, whereas Strom is first into the second Plinko here. Timbo Det absolutely rushing through at the end though, taking that first position into the spinners and is almost guaranteed to win at this point. There we have it, ladies and gentlemen. Amisis in second place, Jost third, Cheetah 4, Unity Coder, Josh, Jin, Strom, Jin, Strom. A lot of Jins and Stroms in the lead, not a single Boolean though. In the top 10. Let's have a look at who's going to be last. I think everyone has gotten through. No one's stuck in the flipper. Oh no, we do have Strom is still stuck in the flipper. He just got through. At least he doesn't have to deal with the Arkanoids here. He's gonna basically fall straight through there. Rigged. Tim is a pro racer. I mean, he did pretty much make a racing game, so you know what? I would believe it. Nothing personal, Boolean. Strom really struggling through the Plinko here as well, but finally he does get through. Should I be playing favorites? And last but not least, we have Strom entering the goal as well. And with that, the prediction is over. Unfortunately, the challenger does lose yet again. And what was it, like 6k points or something will be divided among the non-believers. And with that, we go back to being a bit productive. You know, I'm pretty happy with my marble game, to be honest. It's fairly like quick and fun to just do a quick little marble race, isn't it? Okay, I think I am happy with this. So... why doesn't that work? Why can't I change the color of this one? What? Oh, it's because the actual sprite is completely... It's like black but on lower opacity. So I don't think color actually does anything to it. Okay, that's fine. Just gonna position you like here at, what, 60.5? I think I'm gonna do just straight up in the corner and then -10. Like that. I think that's gonna be the new style of tutorial tips. Because there's nothing you have to click on up here for the tutorial, right? No, there shouldn't be. Because that's another issue. If there's like a tutorial down here, it might cover something that you need to click on. Thank you for lurking, Boolean. I appreciate ya. Yeah, Marvel Gaming, lots of fun. Yeah, I'm quite happy with it. Okay. I like this. I wonder if I should just redo them as prefabs. Can I be bothered? Because the thing is, couldn't I just copy this rect transform? And just like paste that here. And then do that basically for every single one. Inventory button, let's see, item tooltip, what is that? Click items in your bag to use to inspect them. Yeah. Okay, so we want that one, item interaction, backwards arrow I technically don't use right now, but let's do you anyway. That one. Yeah, the only issue is the journal update is also in that corner. That could turn into an issue. Is it possible to trigger a tutorial while journal is updating? It might be. How much do I care about that? But no, most likely that shouldn't happen to anyone. Unless you like haven't looked at the map. And also the journal update message only shows for a few seconds, so it's gonna sort itself out after like 2 seconds. I don't think I care enough. Toast, inventory tutorial, pick up, open map, interaction. All of you, paste component values. Then we gotta do this for the transform of the text as well. Gonna open all of these. Boom. And paste component values. That should fix that. And then make sure that you are aligned to the left instead. That doesn't look right. Oh, is there just a space at the beginning maybe? I think that might be it. Which one is that? Inventory tooltip? Yeah, there is. Anything else? Yeah, we need the light bulb for all of these. So, if I just paste you as a child, do you get the correct ones? No, you don't. Okay, but let's do that anyway. Let's go to all of these tutorial tips. And we are going to... Oh, can I not paste as child on multiple? Well, that's a bit shit now, isn't it? I should have done a prefab. Back to the side project. Let's... Ah, fuck it, let's just paste you in on everyone. Boom, boom, boom. 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 Okay. Then we select this one's rect transform. Go to all of these light bulbs. And we paste component values. Okay. Let's see if that works. Doesn't look like it worked. Oh, did I forget to paste the light bulb here? Did I copy the wrong light bulb values? I hope I didn't. No, that's fine. And yes, I'm very much aware that I could have just had one tutorial tip and pause in the text. But also, like, fuck you guys. You can't tell me what to do. So, no. Yeah. And then that's the end of it. Just a little bit more manual labor here. Who does that hurt, except for someone with symptoms of carpal tunnel syndrome and repeated stress injury? Other than that, who does that really hurt?
Hey, Chappie, focus.
I'm mad focused, man. Okay, let's restart the game. Let's maybe switch back to English as well. And let's see how this looks. Oi, mate, where's my fucking tutorial tip? That one triggered. Then we move this one down here. Yeah, I think I prefer this. But why didn't the first one? Oh, right. I think the first one is actually triggered at the end of the intro cutscene. So if I don't do the cutscene, I don't think you get that one. There we go. Press C or clicking a flashlight to turn it on and off. Boom. That first one looked a little bit weird, didn't it? Is that because do they need to be in order of how they are going to be seen or something? Well, there was something that looked a bit weird. Or am I just imagining things? Oh, it's a double light. It kinda sparks for a second when you trigger a new tutorial tip immediately after the first one. I don't care enough. This is a little bit much in the beginning though. I don't know if I want to have this many tutorial tips right after each other. Well, we wouldn't have this. I'm thinking about scrapping the batteries here. So at least the one that shows up when you pick up an item wouldn't show. So it would be 1, 2, 3... 3 when you open this one. Ah, shit. Do I need a tutorial here telling you how to close the journal? No. No. I think the player can figure that out. It's fine. There's so many ways you can do it. You can click on the journal. You can click outside of the journal. You can click escape. And you can click on the key button to open the inventory again. Any of those would disable it. There's so many ways you could disable this one. I don't even know if I need a tutorial. Like, if you just try clicking anything, it's going to disappear. But at that point, why show the tutorial for how to close the map? If I don't do it for inspectable items. Maybe I don't need this one either. What do you guys think? Also, I think I want to do the thing where you actually can't open the inventory. Like, we enable the inventory. Oh, what if we enable the inventory when you trigger the tutorial for it? Because right now, it's a little bit weird. This one shows up. Theoretically, I could open the inventory, and I'm now going to have 2 tutorial tips. Yeah, you can see the other one is behind it. There's also another issue I've realized. If you charge the flashlight, it gets turned on, but the game doesn't recognize it as being on. Oh, something like X to close would suffice. But the shortcuts should be always visible. I don't know if I love that. Because it's something where, like, one of the reasons I do so much like a diegetic UI is that I care a lot about the immersion, and I feel like in general, although UI elements can be good, of course, that's not my argument here, but I do think that they can take away a little bit from the immersion. Okay, let me fix the inventory stuff first. I'm just going to disable the entire inventory. And let's see what... In that case, it should be just broken. Like, I'm not gonna be able to open it. Yeah, no tutorial to open. I can't click the key button either. When I click that one, I get this, but I still can't open it, so that's a problem. So I think when we triggered that tutorial, we just enable the inventory. I think I already should have some code for it, because before, in an earlier version of the game, you would actually find the backpack. Like, you didn't have the backpack from the beginning, but I don't think we need to do it that way. So... yeah, just we have this backpack acquired event. On backpack acquired, we activate it. Backpack acquired animation. Calling from manager to make sure objects is activated before the animation. I don't think we need that one. And then if there's any item that isn't initialized, we do so immediately. Inventory tutorial outline set active true. Ah, you were the one who enabled that one. What enables that? No. What? Ah, on tutorial. If tutorial name is flashlight. I know I probably shouldn't use strings here, but oh well. If you're trying to hide the flashlight tooltip, which is another way of saying that you turn the flashlight on, then we enable the inventory tutorial. We check if tutorial is enabled. Then we activate the outline. Okay. So what if I just also do this? Do I even need to initialize them? I don't think I do. I think all I need to do is to set it active. If inventory tutorial tip shown, and return. Otherwise, inventory tutorial true. Why would I do that? Inventory tooltip. I'm triggering that one here, so that's fine. Okay, let me try this. Damn, who wrote this code? Am I right? Okay, we arrive at a house. We get a tutorial for how to turn on the flashlight. Once you do so, we get a tutorial for how to open the inventory, and the little outline is fading in and out. Once you open that one, you get this one. We're gonna remove this, so we'll just make you disappear when you open that one, so it doesn't come up here again, because right now this will continue showing up until you pick a usable item. But I think that's unnecessary. I think once you find your first usable item, hopefully you remember that you also click on items to use them. And at that point, when you select it, this shows up. And then, I don't know. I think pressing A and B here, right mouse button, to deselect it, you're technically doing what the tutorial, one of the things the tutorial tells you you can do. So we should probably close it. It feels like you should go away here. Either if I deselect it or if I try to use it on something. Both of those should make it go away. Let's see the tutorial, no, sorry, not the tutorial, the toast as well. How that would look if it's at the bottom. So what if I just anchor you to the bottom and then we do like 25. That should be above the arrow. For close-up puzzles. So now tutorial stuff is always at the top of the screen, but then if you get a little toast message, I feel like that makes sense. How does it look indoors? I think that's fine. Yeah, I think it's fine. I like it. Okay. So now you can't open the inventory before you turn the flashlight on. Ooh, ooh. But what if you play without tutorial tips? And I turn on the light. Since this only happens when we trigger the tutorial tip. If you don't have tutorial tips on, we actually never enable the inventory. So just fucking make the inventory manager enable it if you don't have tutorial tips on. That feels fairly simple. Like, if tutorial tips is set to 0, meaning you don't have any tutorial tips, then in Awake, just make sure to enable the inventory. That feels like a fine workaround. Sorry guys, we do have some ads coming up for any non-subscribers. Appreciate your patience. I might go and get myself a bit more tea during the break, but we shall be back shortly. Okay, let's have a look. Now, without those, the inventory is here from the beginning. Ooh, what about the map though? Should that one be on from the beginning? Because now I think we could trigger multiple tutorial tips again. If you open the map while there's a tutorial tip showing, I think you get 2 again. And I don't think we want that. I think I want to make it so that there can never be more than 1 tutorial tip on screen at a time. Oh. Tutorial tip sounds so weird. Yeah, I don't know what else to call it though. When you use the tooltip. But that's the thing, because I called these tooltips. But then I found out that is technically incorrect. I thought these were tooltips. And before, I don't know if I changed it now, before if you looked in my code, I always called them tooltips. But then, yeah, a tooltip is when you hover something. Tutorial tip. What would sound better? Tutorial message? Wait, I forgot about the break here. Let me quickly go and get some more tea. I'll be back in just a minute. Cheers. And we are back. Thank you for your patience. Hint instead of tutorial tip? The thing is that the reason I don't love hints is because I would consider that a different thing. As in like, a hint being like, if you're looking at a puzzle and the player is stuck for too long, then show this hint being like, oh, do this if you're stuck. Whereas like, because this is more just like teaching the mechanics. I don't, because before I think it's just disabled now. I actually have another checkbox for puzzle hints. But I don't have it implemented. I'm not even sure if I'm going to implement it, but yeah, I did add one before. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like if I looked at these settings myself and I saw a setting for hints, I'm fairly certain that I would expect that to be hints in case I'm stuck or something, like puzzle-wise. Not hints as in like teaching you the basics of the mechanics in the game. I don't know, but other guys can chime in as well. I don't know what you think. I mean, you could call them tutorial hints, to be fair. Because if you have tutorial in there, then it kinda... I suppose it's more intuitive. I mean, tutorial tips is a fine terminology, it just sounds weird when you say it out loud, yeah. Okay, we get that one, and then I say, fuck you, and I open the map. Yeah, we now have apparently the map tutorial behind the flashlight tutorial. Oh, and now we have this one in front of it, yeah. Is it too much to do all of the tutorial tips at once? Like, you land here, click this to turn on your flashlight, boom. Click this to open your inventory. Click items in your inventory to inspect them. And then, like, once you close this, boom. Click X to open the map. That is basically the tutorial tips we have. Is it too much doing all of those at once? Or would do you guys think that would be fine? Oh, I need to fix the size of these boxes. That is fairly important. But let's try and finish one thing at a time for once. I am going to make the, let's see, on tutorial, no. Here, on selection. When I select an item, I call select item. When I do that, check item tutorial tip. We enabled that one. Item interaction tooltip true. Okay, so I think I want to do this in more places. Item tutorial tip. That one has not been shown. Let me just copy that one. And then I want to see, I want to do that when you inspect an item as well. Or, no, first things first. inspect item event on item inspection. Whoops. And I just want to do this, I think. Boom. And then there's one more thing. On deselection, I want to... Oh shit, how do I do this? When do I actually... Oh, is that from the fucking inventory? No, wait, who disables... the tutorial for the item interaction? Here we enable it. Where do I disable it? That's when I use an item on something. Oh, do I do that in the interactable? Is that what I do? Do I do it in here? Whenever you do an item interaction. Interaction tip shown. Tutorial tip event, interaction tooltip. No, that's a different one. Interacts. Yeah. That's where I disable you. I want to do this if you deselect an item as well. And with that... I think the tutorial should be fairly good. You can still open the map and trigger multiple. That's... I think that might be the last thing we have to sort out. So now clicking on this one should disable that tooltip, so next time oh, wait, I disable it, but I don't save the fact that I've done this. Okay. Because normally when you select an item, item tutorial tip shown. Okay, so let's just do this one. With a bool for whether or not enable no. We steal this one and only do that if you actually select an item. So when you select an item, we do trigger that one, but then we also do this. But now that will show each time you select an item instead. Do I need another bool to save this? Inventory tutorial completed. Item tutorial. Oh, whoops. Completed. Item interaction tutorial completed. So now, when you select an item, we can just check if the item interaction tutorial has not been completed, then do this and say that the item interaction tutorial now has been completed. Okay, I don't know if my logic is all correct here. Wait, there's one more thing. Whenever I inspect an item, check inventory tutorial tips. Oh, that's for that one, and that's fine. Check item tutorial tip. Publish item true, set that to true. So this is what I need to call when you inspect an item. So on item inspection, instead of calling this... No, wait, what? No, because you hide that one, so that's fine. No, it's when you... What? Yes. Because now you should have completed that one. Because this is the same as when you select an item. Just that we don't want to enable this one. So yes, do this. I think that's fine. Let's just test it and see whether it works or not. So now clicking on this one should finish that tutorial. So if I open it again, nothing shows up. Now I have a battery, but I haven't done the item interaction tutorial. So as soon as I pick something up, we show this one. But now I can also get that to disappear if I deselect it, I thought. No, it only disappears when I actually use it. Didn't I add that on the selection? Tutorial, deselect item. Tutorial tip event. Oh wait, I'm gonna need to change the bool as well. Deselect item. Wait, I need to do the same thing that I do when you do the item interaction. no. On item inspect, on deselection, tutorial tip event, item interaction tooltip false. Is that not right? Item tooltip. That one's fine. It's the item interaction tooltip. If item interaction tutorial is not completed when you select an item, and we publish that one true, say that one is completed. So now we show the item interaction tooltip. Where else do I hide that one? Well, that is in the interactable. We hide it when you do an item interaction. But then... What? Why does this not work? On deselection, deselect item event. We deselect the item. Then we publish a tutorial tip event, item. Oh, is this only triggered under certain circumstances? Do I need to put it inside of the actual deselect item? I think that's it. Now you should be able to complete the tutorial by deselecting it too. This one I can now disable by doing that as well, and you won't show up again. I select this, we get that. If I deselect you, you also disappear. Okay. That is better. Now the question is, could I do the map tutorial immediately after? Or is that too much tutorial stuff straight off the bat? That's kind of the question here. But if the player starts the game, they end up here. They now get a tutorial to enable the flashlight. Then they get a tutorial to look in your inventory, on which you will look at this one, because I'm gonna remove the other one. And then when you close this one, if you now got a tutorial tip to open the menu or the map, is that too much or is it fine? What's up, one man? How you doing? Can you go back to the driving scene again? Yeah. Hope you're doing well. Oh, what happened with the logo there? Why didn't the logo fully disappear? Are you inspecting which side of the car you're in? Just as a potential tip to avoid fatigue, you can make the tutorial turn on flashlight, and that could give the player an item, which then gives them a reason to check the inventory. Yeah, I did do something similar before. Well, before the first part was just done when you turn on the flashlight. And then I didn't show them the inventory tip until they picked up an item, because there's technically no reason to. But then we decided to add the journal, which basically tells you what you need to do, you know. So now this kind of gives them a... This kind of becomes the reason to check the inventory straight off the bat. Which is now, it's technically, it's kind of less about teaching the inventory and more teaching them about the fact that they have this journal. I was going to say why you're driving in the middle of the road, but it's a one-way road or country lane. Yeah, my thought process there is that this is like a small road. Like, I'm imagining that this manor is like a little bit on the countryside or like in the woods or whatever. So, yeah, and this would be like the small road just going to this house basically. Make them pick up the car keys in front. Plot twist: the player is drunk and gives no checks. Yeah, because this is the thing. Like, I'm scared about like showing too much of these tips and stuff too early. Because I know people don't love like tutorial stuff in general. Metroid fetched my bad. Yes, I'm the drunk one. Oh, that's funny. You could also enable the map tutorial, like once they try... Like most players will probably click on this door, right? So we should do something where, like, if you click on this door, we enable... Like, the reason to show the map would basically be to realize, oh wait, maybe I can go to the left or right, which... But they probably figured that out anyway. It's tricky, man. It's tricky when you overthink everything. You miss my favorite trope, there's no bloke in the window. I don't know. Well, at the very least right now, I think the main issue... Because technically I do trigger the map tutorial in another place if they haven't managed to find the tutorial yet. Or if they haven't managed to find the map yet. So we should just leave that one. I think the biggest issue right now is that if they have the tutorial on, then... they should open the map now and get multiple tips. So at the very least, if you have tutorial tips enabled, we shouldn't enable the map tutorial. Or we shouldn't enable the map until you open this one. Which also means that I need to Wait, where's my inventory? Oh no, I changed this. Do I not have like a starting item thing somewhere? Yeah. You are no longer going to start with batteries. Because that made stuff confusing. I'll just make sure, if we keep the battery system, I'll just make sure that there's more batteries to pick up. Then again, the good thing about having batteries there is that you can kind of teach them how to charge the flashlights. The rear view mirror is a nice touch. I think it turned out pretty good with the little light in it as well, showing like the backlights. I do think at some point I want to polish up this scene a little bit. Like specifically, I think maybe we should add a couple of more frames, make it a little bit smoother. I also should have used the onion layer or whatever when I made the... like the rocks and the trees pass by, because it kinda just moves randomly right now. It doesn't fully look like it's moving smoothly towards you. Well, it gives the impression of it, but overall I'm quite happy with it. Okay, that's it. Yeah, I'm just gonna leave it at that. That's all I'm gonna teach at first. And then... oh shit. I only check in awake. I just realized a small problem that could happen in very specific circumstances. Now, the backpack didn't get enabled, because we have tutorial tips on. But what happens if I turn off tutorial tips in the middle of the tutorial and then I turn on my flashlight? Now you don't get enabled. Okay, so that needs to happen no matter what. Where is that? That is... on tutorial tip, isn't it? On tutorial. If you hide the flashlight tooltip, inventory object set active true. Oh shit, but this might not be... No, but this should still be true. This should be fine. I think I can just put you here instead. Because even if you have tutorial tips on, or off, sorry, even if you have turned them off, I think that I always trigger the... I always publish the hiding things for the same reason, like if someone would turn it off midway through, otherwise you can never get them to go away. So I think this should be fine. The rear view mirror is a nice touch, yeah. Need some fluffy dice? Oh, do you mean hanging from the rear view mirror? I wonder if you could transform the sprites for the road. If Transform the sprites for the road barriers and rocks to make it smooth. Wait, what do you mean? I think I could make it smoother by adding like a couple more frames and being a little bit more... paying a bit more attention when I draw it. Because this one I did like a bit too early. Or a bit too quickly rather. We just kind of threw it together. Oh no, I don't think that's gonna work, unfortunately. It would have been nice to move the sprites instead of using frames. But the issue is that I would have to change the sprite as well. Since... otherwise the rock would stay the same size. Right? And since it pitches a lot, I can't like scale it. Just then we're gonna get 2 big pixels over here and 2 small pixels over here. Or at the very least one of those will be the case. Oh shit. Okay, why am I testing? Now those enabled. Why is the logo showing up there? Okay. Let's see, now the... Oh? Now the inventory is on. Oh, because you fucking... I do it on any tutorial tip. Whenever any tutorial tip is published, yeah, I put this in the wrong place. It needs to... I need to check if this is the case. But then we do it in here. Yeah. That should fix it. Are you on icon for the executable yet? I do. Currently I use... this one, I think. The S from the logo. Yeah. That's the icon. I think it turned up pretty good. I think that's such an important thing. It feels... Not that... No, you know what? I was going to say that it feels so professional to have a proper icon. But that's not really what it is about. It's more so that not having an icon feels so unprofessional. Do you know what I mean? Embrace default Unity icon? No. It's such a small thing, but I don't know, it does a lot. Embrace the Unity splash screen. Yeah, that one I unfortunately have to. Which is a little bit sad. I think though, didn't it make it so that you actually don't need to show the splash screen in Unity 6? I think you can skip the splash screen for free in Unity 6. Correct me if I'm wrong. The only issue is that I am a little bit scared of upgrading. I do suppose I could have made a... like pushed a commit to GitHub or whatever and just try and just revert everything if it doesn't work. Update version real quick before release. Yeah, that's the thing, like, now just doesn't feel like the time to do it. You have to upgrade after certain profit margin, don't you? No, I'm not talking about... yeah, I mean, that is true, yes. But I'm not talking about upgrading to the, like, paid version. I'm talking about, like, the version of Unity. Like, the actual application. I think they changed it so that on Unity 6 you can get rid of the splash screen without paying. Because I can't in this. In this one, like, as long as I haven't paid, I need to show the splash screen. Now, yeah, you could try it on a copy project. Oh yeah, that's probably better, yeah. Sometimes it goes surprisingly good. Yeah, I've heard I actually haven't really heard anyone that had that much issues. But it's still kinda scary to do. I'm forgetting to check the stuff I'm supposed to check. Wait, what should I do? Oh, I can press the start button twice. Whoops. Okay, now I can't open the inventory anymore. But if I turn these off midway through, boom, it does enable. Okay. Good, good. Map. Manager, I suppose. Ah, you know what? I should flip this stuff instead. Wait, where's my inventory manager? Wait. If the tutorial is disabled, then enable it. No. If the tutorial is on, then disable it. Because it's easier for me to just always leave the tutorial on. I think I prefer that. Instead, we only disable it if you do have the tutorial. Which means that I can now have you be on from the get-go. I mean, when they change big things like the input system, that stuff breaks, yeah. But I'm using the new input system, which I assume is the default in Unity 6. So I think that should be... I might be using the old one in a couple of places though, but that's mostly for dev tools, I think. Otherwise it should be through that system. Yeah, I don't know, it's scary, man. Yeah, I would be fine cashing Unity out at that point. Oh yeah, after the 200k limit, yeah. No, same here. Like, is it still an advantage of a open source engine like Godot that you never have to pay anything? Of course. But I do agree with the fact that, like, if I end up making 200k from this game, don't really care that much about having to pay Unity a little bit. I'm kinda fine with that. Chappie will be remembered as the guy who made marbles rather than the Shroud of Gloom guy. Go mad with power and tweets to buy the entire company. You can still set the project to use both systems. Oh, you can? Well, then it should be quite fine. Okay, so now everything is good here. If I enable you... Yeah, now I can't click it. Let's go! Maybe I should just have an event from the actual settings. Like, as in... That might be the easier way of doing it. Like, when you click on this one, I publish a event. So, if there's any UI element that hasn't been enabled when you disable this one. Oh, but then that adds other complex things. What if they now re-enable it and all of those are on? Because, and otherwise I would need to like save which one. No, that's more confusing. Fuck it. Unless they change the language, it isn't 200k per project, but 200k revenue as a company, meaning any of your projects. I'd still argue that I would say the same thing. Because then, I guess that even if multiple of my games end up in the 200k revenue as a total, which I assume is what that means, you know, it's still like, I think the main point is if I end up making 200k, I can pay Unity a bit. Haven't kept up with it, so I may be out of date, but at one point it was definitely total revenue rather than project specific. Yeah, it might be the case. Whole Madshap Interactive International Incorporated, exactly. I may say the same thing too, but you might have made money on some random client for hire account unrelated to games that requires it. Oh yeah, you mean like... Yeah, I see what you mean. Like if I'm... Like for example, what about my stream? Now, I'm definitely not reaching fucking 200k there either, but imagine if I made 200k in 1 year on my stream, if I had a company, which I'm going to have, but I don't have at the moment, I would probably lump in all of my, like, Twitch stuff into it as well, which means are they gonna take that into account for the limit? Yeah, like if your stream hits a big day, you'd be hit for it? Interesting. Seems unlikely that it would count that. That does feel a little bit more... That feels a little bit more, like, iffy. Like... I wouldn't be as hyped about paying the money if it's like, it's not even the game that's been making the money. At the same time, still probably doesn't affect me enough. Like, because 200k is 200k. Do you know what I mean? Who says you can't have multiple companies? No one says I can't have multiple companies. It's more so the fact that I don't want the fucking paperwork of multiple companies. Like, if I'm going through the effort of setting up one company, I might as well just make it encapsulate everything I do. That's kind of the way I feel about it, at least. Worked in an architecture company where we used Unity for a small project, and they were quoting all of the office revenue. Oh, yeah. We could argue that the game isn't generating that revenue, it's your personality. No, that is very true. I think I'm just more so going to the point that, like, 200k is... Like, at that point, I don't know... It wouldn't still hurt me that much if I had to pay them. Because it's not like an insane sum either, right? Like, why is it? Because it basically just means that you have to, you know, get the fucking premium or whatever. It's a bit pricey. Required for businesses with over 200k in funding or annual revenue. Yeah. It sounds like it would be total. Because it's about businesses, it's not about games with over 200k in funding or annual revenue. It's about businesses with over 200k. Yeah, per seat as well, which I assume means for... But this is also insane. If I would have an employee who doesn't use Unity, then I should not have to pay for a second seat, right? This must be for each person who uses Unity, just to be clear. Because it would be fucked if, like, if I would have 20 employees and 2 of them use Unity and I would have to pay this for 20 people, is for Unity users, yeah. So that's, I guess, fair enough. I mean, it does get a lot more pricey per thing, but still, what is this, like 2,400 a year, even less. I'm rounding up here by quite a bit. On 200k is not too shabby. Like, it's not like an insane amount. Now, it is annoying, as you said, that this is total revenue. Like, it could be money that doesn't have anything to do with the game, but the end thing still stands that, like, I have the money at that point. Like, at that point, I wouldn't have the money to pay this right now. That would make my expenses way too high. But if I had a revenue of 200k, I could afford this. It's a small amount considering. It's just a thing to keep in mind that it isn't per project, it's the companies as a whole, yeah. Yeah, seat is per license. Yeah, I would just start an LLC separate from streaming and be like, yep, we ain't making any money on the game making company, sorry. I mean, yeah, it would save me €185, but now I have to, like, do fucking tax documents for 2 companies instead of 1. I feel like at that point, I'd almost... I would be willing to pay the €185 a month to not have to deal with the paperwork for 2 companies. I feel like that's worth it, in my opinion. Now, to be fair, I haven't had a company. I don't know how much of a hassle that actually is, but... And obviously it's gonna depend on where you're from and stuff as well. But, I don't know. Licenses were floating about 5 years ago. It already seemed like they were trying to migrate away from floating. Wait, what you mean? Isn't insane for a team of 1 or 2, but it can catch a team of 5 to 6 pretty quick, because they were paying the team and the income may already be negative, but the revenue is still hitting threshold. Yeah, at that point I could see it being worse, because it is, like you said, it's revenue as well, which means that it isn't just like... This doesn't mean that I have 200k, right? This means that I've made 200k, but I might have spent 150k on other things. Floating means it can be different uses for the purchase license count. Oh, I see what you mean. Like, it's more so... That would have been like, you have to pay for the amount of seats that would be using Unity at the same time. That's kind of what you mean, right? Like basically, if you and me had a company, we were making a game, we would only have to pay for one seat if we never used Unity at the same time, kind of. God, we're giving something new to overthink. Yep. No, it's good. Like I said, we have a pretty good while left until we have to worry about that stuff. Okay, so I need to disable the map, but I don't know when to fucking enable it. In case... The easy thing would be to enable it once they close this one. But if they turn off tutorial tips after the flashlight one, then they might not even have a look at this. When do I enable the fucking map? Normally it would be when you close this one. That's when you're like done. Oh, but then what the fuck? Oh, there's so many edge cases. What if you walk away from the tutorial? Because then it doesn't trigger again, does it? Oh well, the one for the inventory actually does. But still, that ends up being a bit weird. Like, what if I turn this on, open this one, and then I say, nah, fuck it, I'm gonna keep going. Now the map won't update. This one does come back again though, but the map will still not be on. Tomorrow we start 4-week company structure planning arc. I mean, I kinda need to do it soon though, because preferably I would have a company when I release the game. It's not like I don't need to have it, but it would be nice to have it. Sorry guys, we do have some ads coming up. Because the issue is that I can't just leave it on. Because then you can still trigger multiple tips, and that feels weird. Because now you can get this one. Then if I do this, I have another tip behind it. Learn from me, set up the business before release. Yeah, it feels like that's the way to go about it. When you transfer the game from you to company on Steam, it resets all the stats. But it doesn't reset the actual... Like, do you mean it resets like the actual analytics and stuff? Like, basically what I'm asking here, it doesn't reset wish lists, right? Like, you still have your amount of wish lists, right? Because otherwise I'd be fucked. Yeah, sales went to 0 despite having sales already. Okay. Yeah, just if it's just analytics, I don't know if... It's not the end of the world. I mean, it's nice to be able to see, right? Due to the sales not being on the game when it was tied to the company. Yeah. But as long as you don't like lose wish lists and stuff like that, Just yeah, losing wish list would mean that it would actually affect the sales. Whereas this, as you said, like it doesn't affect the sales, but as you said, it makes it harder to understand the sales. But the sales should be the same. I wonder if that resets it for Unity 2. Sales number affect the algorithms now? Yeah, but my plan would be to set up the company before release, in which case that shouldn't be an issue. Like, I'm more scared about... Because if they would, like, reset your wish lists, at that point I'm kinda already fucked. Or I've kinda already fucked it up a bit. But I shouldn't do that, right? Can't tell you what it does to the algorithms, but I can tell you my sales reset when I did it. You can see it in my personally tracked sheets. But did you, out of curiosity, did the wishlist number stay the same? Like, did you still have your amount of wish lists? Or was that gone as well? I don't know how I want to do this. I can never be entirely sure you can't trigger more than one. This is the only one you would trigger above another one. What if I just go fuck it and I make this the top one? I might do that for now. It's not perfect. But it's not the end of the world. Okay, let's apply all of this. And then... tutorials. Oh, is this a... yeah, let's apply all of that as well. And open this one. Map tutorial. I'm gonna put you here. What happened? Content size fitters. We need to get through this shit. Spending too much time on the tutorial. To be fair though, it is a very important part. It is like the onboarding, the first impression. And now I could open this one. Oh shit. Why if I just remove that one? Fuck it. Because it's only the one about how to closing it, but like there, if I would try to open the inventory, I would automatically close it anyway. So it was actually the open map tutorial that I did want to move. But what if I just don't fucking publish that one? The player can figure out how to close it, I'm sure. I'm gonna put some trust in the player here. Open map. If map tutorial has not been completed when you show it. We're not gonna publish that one. Easy fix. I might make it so these could publish the thing about how to open the map though. Trigger tutorial tip on click. Map tutorial tip show true. Okay. Oh fuck, now they can be enabled at the same time. Because now I should not give a shit about this and do that instead. And now I have 2 tutorial tips. Why did I overcomplicate this? Fuck's sake. I just had it figured out in a way that worked. And then I was like, let's just add this one tiny little extra thing that fucks the rest of it up. Do you know what I mean? Also, wait, did the outline not get enabled? Or was I just not paying attention? Wouldn't be a chat stream if you just left it simple, suppose that's true. Sounds like a typical game dev, yeah. How can I just give myself more work? You know what I mean? Where is my outline for the map? Should you not even be a part of the button tutorial with the animation? You are a part... Oh shit, wait, have I moved you now? Oh, fuck's sake. Because I moved the tutorial tip in it. But I guess you were positioned there. What happens if I put you here? What if I put you here? And I go boom, and then I go... What's that? Wait. What was the numbers? I think you were down in the left corner. So minus 40.5, 40. Minus 40.5, 40. Minus 40.5, 40. That does not look right. That does not look right. I wonder if you just were at the very bottom. Is it possible that you just were like here? I think that is kind of possible. Oh wait, you still need to be a child object though, right? Because otherwise I don't think you're gonna be enabled. Just need to have your position be there instead. Okay. What is up? Finn is fine. Why you mad, Chirpy? Why you fine? Why you fine? Woke up and I had like 3 Chirpy tabs open. Must be good. Let's go. Hope you're doing well, man. For anyone who doesn't know, Finn is Fine is yet another game developer here on Twitch.tv. Go and check him out if you haven't. Okay, boom. I do this. And I click here. Why you not fucking enable? Oh, you're up there and upside down. Lovely. Oh, are you an override now? Is that what's going on? Are you an override on the UI canvas? What? Tutorial, map tutorial. Yeah, revert that shit. And then I think you can apply. I hope you can apply. Okay. Are you in the Horror Fest at the end of October? Right, Shabby Themes is a streamer. Okay, boom. Okay, you're still you are flipped upside down, and you should be lower and more to the right, I think. Everything is fucked. You know what? I could probably find the... Do I not have a show position for the inventory button? Button show position 59.5. Okay, let's fix this shit. Okay. 59.5. Let's find our bloody tutorial thingy here. Can I enable you as well as you, I suppose, so I can actually see what's going on here? Oh, were you disabled from the get-go as well? I need to rotate you here. And then let's do this. Make you red. Sure. And then the little map fucker. Where are you? Map hitbox, map button. Position Y. Boom. That is not your show position. Is that not the thing I'm moving? Am I moving this entire thing? No. That cannot be your button show position 59.5. Wait, what did I do? 59.5. That looks so... That looks too tall. I don't show you that much. There's no way. No. I don't accept it. There's no way. I do not bring up the map that high. Do I? Do I? Maybe I do. In that case, you should be like here. And then... Just gonna copy this color. Are you here? I'm going to disable you. I'm going to pick the map button and guess I can just revert you now. Okay, let's try that. No, I hate that stuff. I hate Halloween too. I'm not a big fan on Halloween either, but... Horror isn't just for Halloween, horror is for every day of the year. Unban. Boom. 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 There's no way I bring the map up that high. I'm gonna get a little bit mad if I do. There's no way. I knew it! 46 is the show position. Oh, have I fucking... Oh my god, have I hard-coded this instead of using the variable? Is that what I've done? No, I'm looking at the inventory, you fucking moron. I'm looking at the fucking inventory. I took the inventory's show position. Okay, never mind, never mind. I was just being a bit silly. Okay, boom, 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 boom. Park your car, get out, boom. Let's see, map button. What did I say? 46. 46. That is the position. Map button, 46. Map tutorial. What, 159? Looks right. Okay, that's a fix. At this time of the year, the market just gets oversaturated. It's only really seasonal in America. Then we get these deadlines imposed by largely American holiday, etc. Yeah, I do suppose you could definitely... Yeah, that's the question. Do you think, is it bad to do a horror game release around like Halloween and stuff? I guess that the next fest tends to be right before. You could probably argue that it might be. I mean, I guess more people might be looking for them too, but there's probably... I do expect that, like, every horror game dev is thinking, like, to publish it around October. So did I, at first. I just had to push it forward. So now it looks like I'm not gonna do that. I'm probably gonna publish the demo, that's the plan. But the full game will be... probably Q1 or something. 2026 or 2028, depending on how much scope creep we can do. You never know. Press X or click on the map to open it. There we have a little thingy as well. I'm a little bit low, am I not? That looks like I'm 1 pixel too low. I'm slightly annoyed that you can just about see the text below here. I could make it completely black, but that's not gonna look as nice though. I mean, it almost is now, to be fair. Okay, we have to finish this tutorial. Okay, what can I do to fix this in a semi-quick manner? I can't disable the other tooltip either, really, because we kinda need it. I could put all of the tooltips in a vertical layout group. And if you accidentally trigger more than one at a time, you actually layer them from the top. That's what I'm gonna do. Okay. Well, then I cannot have the map button be a child. And also, I was supposed to move you down, so I think you should actually be at 17. But you can't be a part of that, just I'm gonna need all of these to have the same height. Which I guess technically, though, that the parent object have. But no, then if we push this one down, you're gonna push the outline down as well. I don't like that. So let's just select all of these tutorial tips. Boom, 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 boom. I'm gonna take all of you. I'm gonna give you an empty parent. And this parent, I'm gonna give a... Let me see, what is your current size? You are like so, yes. So let me do a vertical layout group. I am going to use child scale size for the height. I'm gonna align you, yep, upper left, I think. Yeah, so now if you would accidentally trigger more than one, this is going to happen. I think that's the easiest fix. Ooh, I didn't like that though. I don't like that. Yeah, that one did not get enabled now. Oh, it's jumping. Just they get enabled and disabled at different times. It doesn't happen when I switch between two. Oh. So, fuck it. Add more delay. What's the fade out time? If every single one has a little bit of a delay to account for that, we should be fine. What is your fade out? Fade duration 0.25. So fade out, fade in. Oh shit, do I fade this through code? Oh. Elapsed time divided by fade duration. Oh, while elapsed time is less than the fade duration. Okay. So, but basically, if you just have 0.26 as a delay before you show up, that should be fine. Weird fix, but you know, at the same time, a fix is a fix. Okay. That didn't really work the way I thought it would. Which one was it? I opened the inventory. I opened the inventory while I also had the map tutorial. Because it should take, once I turn one off, it should take 0.25 seconds for that one to be disabled. So if I wait slightly longer than that to enable the new one, that should give time for one to be turned off before the next one is enabled. Did I just not do enough? What was it? I opened the map, which means that I showed this one. 0.26. Okay, what if I do 0.3? Did that fix it? Oh, no. The delay isn't the issue. Because this one still gets enabled immediately. This is a delay on the toast, not a delay for when the toast gets enabled. It's a delay for when it fades in. But it's still enabled before that. I really thought I had a fix here. And I do. What if... Toast. A wage. On enable. On enable. We just say... If... No. Fade in. If start alpha is less than end alpha, that means we are fading in. If you're supposed to fade in, then the first thing you should do is to check if... No, you don't even need to check anything. If you're supposed to fade in, you should be the last sibling or whatever. So, transform dot set as last sibling. That means there shouldn't ever be a case where it pushes another one down. And I feel like that should be a fix to at least like the jumpy stuff. It might still be that... No, it should be fine. This should solve it. Because now you should automatically be put as the last child. The other one might still be fading out, so it might be a jump. Oh, is it just gonna do a weird jump later now? That's fine. I will take that. That is fine. It didn't look as messy, which is the most important part. Yeah, I'm good with that. I don't mind that. That is completely fine. However, the menu or the button thing doesn't enable. Oh, because they only deactivate you here. Enable you on map acquired, which we no longer trigger. So bloody... Listen for the event then. Or can I have you be a child object? No, because the tutorial tip might move, and that would be an issue. This is a fix. How do I find... Is that like game manager or something? Where do I find the fucking... didn't I make a const for this stuff? Hur känns? Do I cha? I tjänar du cha? Settings? No. Inventory... I did try to start making consts for these strings, because I think that is a better way of doing it. Is it in the inventory manager? Yeah, gameplay settings, PP tutorial. Okay, let's just copy this one. If the PP tutorial 1 equals 1. If the tutorial is enabled, no. If the tutorial is not enabled, return. I'm started doing this stuff every now and again. When it's just a return statement, put it on the same line, because I'm kinda fancy like that. Okay, if you wanna show this one, then map, tutorial object, set active, true. Okay, that should be the tutorial donezo. I might cry if it isn't. I'm fairly sure that it should be. What did I do? Oh, fuck's sake, it didn't work. What? There's some override stuff going on. Map button tutorial. Where the fuck did you go? Ah, shit. Why did you go down here? Okay, what if I do this? I put you at the same exact position as this one. How does that help me? Well, at least I can get the X value correct. Boom. And then I want you to be like here or something. And then you should be disabled. Okay, I might have to slightly move it, but it'll be fine. Yeah. Down 3 pixels. So 2. Yeah, that looks good. Okay, you should be at 2 instead. Oh, maybe I could have just reverted it. Potentially. Okay. Tutorial donezo. You know, you can always fix stuff, make it even smoother, polish it even more, but I think this is... I think I'm happy with this for now. This, if this was in the demo, I wouldn't feel too bad about it. Like, most people are not gonna stumble on that anyway, I think. Because I imagine that most people will do one tutorial tip at a time. Like, they're not gonna do generally, unless they misclick, but generally speaking, I think most people won't trigger multiple tutorial tips anyway. This is more like an edge-cased type of thing. And when you see this, I don't think most people are gonna do, okay, let me open the map. I think most will just do this. This. Boom. And then you're done. If you try to open a door, you can also get this one. Yeah, I am quite happy with that. Improve starting tutorial, donezo. We have the description boxes. Oh yeah, the initialization bug, that might even be more important. So I found out today that we have some bug that causes the initialization to not work correctly. But I think it's only in built versions, which is very weird. Like, if I clear all my player prefs, what should happen is that I should be presented with the language selection menu. Just like so. And when that happens, I can now select the language. That will take me to the brightness calibration. And then this will take me to information, blah blah blah, and then we go into the game. The next time you start the game, we will skip all of that and just go into the game immediately. But that doesn't work in the built version. And I have no clue what could cause that. Like, if I remove all of my... If I remove the entire folder from regedit or whatever it's called, when I start the game on Steam, I don't get the language selection menu. So, but why does it work here? Was this in the controller, maybe? If a language has been selected and there's no build info, then load the scene. Is build info, we enable that. No, that should all be good. Language selected null. 0. I don't know why I said the number in Swedish. If that is equal to 0, settings background, set active true, settings menu, set active false. How could this not trigger? But the weird thing is that it only happens in built versions. Anyone have any clue why that would be? Because here it works fine. However, if I go to my registry editor, I take my Shroud of Gloom folder, which has the language selected thingy, I delete this entire folder. So now I shouldn't have any type of... my language should not be selected. And then we go in here and we boot this up. Boom! I don't get presented with the language selection. However, in Unity, if I clear my player prefs and start, then it works. Player prefs. Get int, language selected 0, if that is equal to 0, enable the language selection. What could cause that to happen? Yeah, you are in front of that stuff, so it can't be that it's enabled in the background. But no, that shouldn't matter, because it works in Unity. Why would it work in Unity, but not in the built version? What is up? Hey Vintage, how you doing, man? How's it going? So far so good. We have finished the tutorial, or well, polished up the tutorial today. That turned out pretty good. Now I have this weird bug I thought I was gonna look into, but I cannot for the life of me figure out why this isn't working. I have some weird thing where everything is working perfectly in the editor, but it doesn't work in the built version of the game. Unless I messed something up when I built the game, like maybe I just disabled the entire UI. That would cause that to happen. If I accidentally disable the parent of the UI, then enabling that stuff... Well, no, then you should get soft locked. No, because I had the build information. Ah, I bet that's what I did. In that case, I think this might be a non-issue. I bet I had this one disabled.
Cheers.
I bet that's it. Cheers, Strom. Did you forget to add an open scene? No, because this scene is in it. Like, this is where you start. It's just that the language selection doesn't pop up. But I realize now that that would be the case if I accidentally disable the parent of the settings instead of just the menu. Because what we do, right, is that we enabled this, we disabled that, and we enable this. But that cannot happen if the parent object is disabled. So I bet I just accidentally disabled the parent object. Specifically as an override in this scene or something. I bet that's what I did. In that case, I think this will automatically be fixed for the next build I do. What have you been up to, Vintage? How's the game jam going? Yeah, I don't think I need to... I'm fairly certain if I leave it like this, it will automatically be fixed for the next build. Because that's the only way I could explain why it would work... Why it would work in... in the editor, but not in the built version. Just need to build and submit, I think. Lots of things I would like to change, but I don't have the time. Nice though that you're ready to get the build up. I mean, I think that's always the case with a game jam, isn't it? Like, even if you, I don't know, I think you potentially might mean that you don't have time to work on it even though the game jam is on. Like, you're not gonna have the time to do the rest of the stuff, but even if you would be able to work on it until the last minute, there's gonna be something more you want to do, right? Okay, we have one thing. I made all of my buttons automatically have a content size fitter. However, I haven't done that for stuff that isn't buttons. Such as the titles in the language selection menus. Or no, in the settings overall, I mean. So settings title. Like for all of these, I think we just need to add a little content size fitter that will do horizontal fit preferred size. Parent type has a layout group component, child of layout group should not have. I don't care, because the layout group shouldn't affect your width anyway. Wait. I have multiple titles. All of these need to have the components. Language title. Because the way I do this is that you see how I have this effect or whatever with the drop shadow. It's not really a drop shadow. China is a drop shadow. China isn't. You get what I'm trying to say. Like the black and white stuff here. It's literally just, I have 3 text objects. So, one that's white, one that's black, and one that's red. I just lay them on top of each other. Kinda lazy, but, you know, it works. Did I add it here? I did not. Language title, all of you should have this component. Horizontal fit, preferred size. Yup. Video settings, title. This component. Brightness, title. This component. Audio, title. This component. Gameplay, title, you guessed it, base component. Last but not least, controls, title, base component. That should be everything. Yep. So let's have a look if this works. We are going to disable this bad boy. Because we had an issue with specifically German, which is a very long language, had a bit of overflow. That applies to full releases too, not just game jams. Yeah, I suppose that is probably true. Yeah, fair enough. Okay, so let's go to Deutsch. Spieleinstellungen. This is the one that had an issue as a title. And now is fixed. Chinese is actually pretty nice because it ends up being a very short language, right? Which is quite convenient in terms of like overflow and stuff. And since I do this in the prefab, it should affect the stuff here as well. Yup. Do you guys know what's a little bit crazy? The fact that I need to show this ad because I cannot skip it. We do have 1 minute though, but I do thank you for your patience. Something that is a little bit mad is that I kind of want to add more gameplay settings. Not because I know anything that the game particularly needs, but because it feels mad to have this tab or whatever with only one setting inside of it. But I've already divided all of these, and like, it doesn't really make sense to have tutorial tips in the video settings. I guess you could have put it in controls, maybe, because a lot of it is like teaching the controls. Because otherwise here, I almost feel like I need to like add some superficial setting or something just to have at least more than one toggle or slider or whatever it might be. But I actually don't know what other type of like setting I would have for the game. Oh, did I go into the game now? I see. Oh, so did that not update? Oh yeah, I need to save the prefab of the room, right. Settings is demo. Apply. Boom. Apply. Yeah. Spoilers enabled, I need that setting. Yeah, good thing I noticed. Yeah, I don't know what other like gameplay settings I would have. Should check the website. Oh, this is the website. Settings menu. Maybe, wait, settings options. Gameplay. What kind of gameplay settings do we have? Oh, you know what? One I could... Oh, no. Because that is also... That would also be video. I was going to say we could have an... Like, let the player disable the in-game cursor to use the actual, like, Microsoft cursor or whatever. But that would be video. That's a video setting, isn't it? Here the cursor swap on. Oh, but I think that might be like changing the cursor rather than... At those games that might switch the cursor to a hand or something. Oh, keyboard mapping is on the gameplay. Like some thing to make the game easier, but I'm not entirely sure if I want that. Speedrun timer. Should I implement a speedrun timer in the game? I mean, it's a very funny way of trying to, like, incentivize people to speedrun. No, shit. That's not what I wanted to do. Is demo? No, let me... What's up, Nemf? How you doing? Is there any type of screen shake or something along those lines that you could disable? Yes, there is. However, I have that on the video because I feel like that kind of is a video setting. I could make a speedrun timer, to be honest. Yeah, made sense too. You could argue that as gameplay if you want it, yeah. Yeah, it's more... That one is more... like, ambiguous compared to... Just like, something like film grain or like lens dirt. I feel like this is... very obviously a video setting. Screen shake? It definitely fits on the video, but I do kinda see your points. Make a setting for which setting menu they show up in. Yeah, that would be kinda funny. I'm not gonna do it for the demo, but... potentially, you could have a speedrun timer. How do I even see which one is selected? This looks like I'm in general, which I suppose is closer to gameplay than the others. Help frequency, I don't know if I want to have difficulty. Well, which one? No, I'm on mouse and keyboard. That's not the one I want. Game. Rollover info. Disable the highlight system. It's so annoying, like all of these, like, yeah, that could have been a... Could have been a video setting. Like, it's something, it's very visual, so it should work on the... But they have it on the game here. Are people going to disable the highlight system? I wouldn't expect so, but... To be fair, I could... Just like I said, I'm almost willing to make a some like superficial setting just to make sure that the tutorial tip setting isn't all by itself, because it just feels weird. I did have another one, a few others that I had disabled. What was that? Puzzle hints. Depends on if I make a hint system or not, which I don't know. Flickering lights. Also one of those things that could have been on the video. Show blood, I don't think I'm gonna have a setting for that. But potentially turning off the highlight system. You wanted like a full immersive game or something, like removing UI? Make an easy mode setting, but make it literally do nothing. That would be kind of fun. I mean, technically the highlight system is almost like a... You could argue that that has something to do with difficulty. Like, if interactable objects kinda shine up or whatever, it makes it a lot easier to find certain things that you can click on. So you could argue that, you know, turning that off would basically be hard mode. Dynamic training. Mouse sensitivity. This feels like it should be on the controls. Not on the gameplay. I mean, player options. They only have one. Vibration on off. I'm probably overthinking this. I don't think anyone's gonna be like, holy shit, what a bad game. They had a settings menu that only had one setting. I don't think that's gonna happen. A lot of stuff about vibrations too. Oh no, wait, was that... Yeah. That feels like it would be under controls. Assist mode. They do have camera shake on the gameplay, whatever game this is. Flashing lights show blood. I was thinking flashing lights potentially could be something to add. It would remove a lot of the ambience, but potentially if someone would be very sensitive for it, it might be a setting worth throwing in. This is by no means the priority though. Not recommended, lacking game setting options, yeah. What's up, Soap? How's the development going? So far so good. I've been fine-tuning the tutorial a bit. So far, I think it turned out pretty nice. Fixed a few smaller bugs here as well. What did we do? Content size fitters for menu titles, Dunzo. Initialization bug. I think this is fixed. I'm not sure. Check on... Check when built. I think that one is done. Making description boxes bigger. I think I have a good idea there for how to make them dynamic. Don't know if I have time for that today. I did show it before, like, I think I use... Is this the thing I use? I think this might be my description box. Basically what I'm thinking of doing is removing this and then having 2 boxes. And then we just have them, like this side, we have the text have a content size fitter, so the size of it can get bigger. And then we just have this one anchored to the end of the text. So the longer the text is, the more we slide this one out. To make sure that long languages, such as like German and so on, we'll be able to fit whatever it might be. That is kind of the plan. I think it could work. Anything changed? I did some visual tweaks for the tutorial. Let's see, am I still playing on demo now? Fanny Slam, how you doing? Demo hype, I'm ready. Yeah, I'm not. I am in slight panic, but no, we should be good. Should be good. Let's see, is demo? Yes. I don't know, there still is a fair amount of work to do. Because the thing is that I said I was just gonna like cut the demo short or whatever. Or like, I'm gonna take the content I have and just put a stop somewhere and be like, this is the demo. But the more I think about it, I think I might have to restructure the game for the demo. Like move things around a little bit and kinda maybe change the order of a few things. So that is gonna add a little bit of work, but I think it would be easier to make a really good demo that way. Because if I just cut the game off after a certain point, that means that, like, obviously I didn't build this content with a demo in mind, so it's not like built for the demo. So I don't know if it's gonna make the most sense. We'll see, it's something I'm gonna think about. Yeah, I can show you the new tutorial soap. It's basically the same stuff, but just a little visual tweak. So now, instead of having the big box before, we do this little light bulb, and we just have the text. With a slight drop shadow or whatever, in case there would be something light behind it. I think it looks a little bit cleaner compared to the old, like, large boxes that we had. Also did a little fix where if someone would somehow manage to trigger multiple tutorial tips at once, they no longer overlap. Instead, it will basically just become like a queue. So it doesn't look as messed up. I think it turned out pretty nice. Everything needs a little panic. No, I do think that is true as well. Like, you could definitely argue that my you know, I've gotten a little bit of a push to make sure to be quite productive, which I suppose is good. Okay. That looks cleaner? Yeah. I think it turned out pretty nice. I wonder, is that my description box? Or is that... Oh, that wait, that's a part of the chassis, isn't it? Yeah, description box. Item description. Yeah, you are part of the UI. Yeah, item description is way too non-wide. way too narrow, I suppose. Mesh render. Do I need one of those? I also think for the map we only have one line. So maybe we should actually change the text. Have a centered one instead. I think that would be fairly easy. Since right now... Show description. Yeah, I pause in item name and item type. Like, we should just use overload in here and do show description. Description. So if you only pause in one string, the description box set active true. And then we make a new one of these called, I don't know, description, sure. Name type means you have two. If it's just description, then it's just one thing. So then we also go like description dot game object set active true. I guess I should just make it not say anything as well. Very non-wide. I should just set the string to be nothing. Maybe that's simpler. Like we just do this for the ones we don't want to show. So like here, it would be, you should be nothing. Here, this should be description. And then we'd grab these two. And we say that you should be nothing. You should be nothing. Didn't I say I didn't have time to do this? What happened there? Duplicate this one. Call you description. And this time... Oh shit, I use a layout group here. That's interesting. Do I have a layout element? No. Layout element. Ignore. There we go. And we're gonna make sure that you are centered. And then I want all three of these to have content size fittest, horizontal fit, preferred size. Description. But then we need to do some crazy stuff here, where... Oh shit, I'm not gonna be able to use a vertical layout group here. Am I? No. Description box. Oh. Wait, do all of these have layer thingies? Yeah, order in layer. Okay, good. But he made sure that you are in front of the box. Okay. Did you have an idea where you could end the demo? I can DM you on Discord if you're up for it. Yeah, sure. Let me hear. I did make like a placeholder now for an ending where I just shut it off, but I don't know, I don't know if I can just take what I have and just put a cut off time. Or like, I can do that, of course. I just don't know if it's the best. Or whether I should try and like kind of customize the game a little bit specifically for the demo. Okay, we turn off the layout group. Oh shit, this is gonna be more complicated than I thought. Oh wait, no, I don't even need this description. Because if I have the vertical layout group, then I just turn off the item type to get it centered. But then, no, I think the issue is that for what I'm trying to do, I think the vertical layout group is gonna mess that up. But now I'm a bit confused as to how to do this. How do I make sure that you stay centered, no matter how big you are? Shit, am I gonna have to do this through code instead? Because I wanna drag the box out and make it bigger if I need to. But if I anchor you here... Because I can't push it more over here. Because then we're gonna block the cursor. So basically, what we need to do... This is gonna be a bit weird, I'm not entirely sure how to do it. Because basically, if the text here, if the hammer text is too long, what I want to do is that I want to split this box up so that we have a left side and a right side. When the text is short, we just overlap them. If it gets bigger, then we pull the right side further away so that the box gets wider but still looks nice. Making that kind of work seems fairly easy. Because I would just make sure that this one has a content size fitter. So if this text... And then my plan was that I would have anchored it here. So if the text gets bigger, it will automatically get bigger like this. And then we anchor this side of the right box to the endpoint of the text with a bit of padding so that you get pulled out here. The issue now is that how do I make sure that the text remains centered if you're anchored, because you're not anchored in the center anymore. So right now, to make sure that this one can only grow this way, you would have to be anchored here. Then what you could do is say that, okay, so just take this space and make that the padding on this side. And that would be correct for hammer. But if the text was MM, then we would now move MM over here. No, that would be right. Yeah, and then we move this one further in. Because if I anchor you here, if the text is shorter... No, that should work. I think I'm being silly. I think that works. Question is, how big can it get? But I don't know, would it look silly? Two rows won't be centered on top of each other if you put static anchors. Yeah, that's probably true too. Yeah, because they are gonna be centered. To be fair though, I don't think that's a problem. Because I don't know if there's any time where the type text would be longer than the name text. Especially since this is a bigger size too. That's not necessarily true. Like, even in English, component is fairly long. And what if the item was a really short component? Like a... What if something would just call like some pin or something? Like, then it would be. But then I don't know how do I know which text to... Oh. What if I made 2 lines? What if I remove the item type? And I have this one made 2 lines instead, and then we just use the... Like, boom boom, size is equal to 50%. Because then they're part of the same text. Because then I should still have this be centered, but I can anchor you on the side. And whichever one of these gets larger, if we have a content thingy, you know, that should still stretch it. And then if I keep you centered there as well, that should mean that if I only pass in 1 row, then you should... Ah shit, what did I do? Size equals 62%. No? Shouldn't that move you? You know? Centering won't carry for this? No. Because German, which is like this long. So then we get overflow. So like the issue is that I need to make the box dynamic. Like I need something where the box can end up bigger. Expand the box and still center? Yes, but it can't be anchored to the center, since if this one gets bigger, we are now going to cover the cursor. So we need to like anchor it on the side, and then only move the right side of the box. But then the issue becomes how much padding should we have? which is where I put the anchor will be the same for any word, no matter how small it is. But the smaller the box is, the smaller I can write it out. But the padding is gonna mess that up. Because the smallest will be for like Chinese. That will just have like... They could potentially just have one sign here. So should I then put this as the padding? But then even in German, we're gonna have this much padding on the side. And when we start like making this wider, we're gonna start moving it from here. So there's always gonna be this much space on each side, and that feels weird. But then if I make the box really, really small, like if I make it so that the box can be small enough to fit only like a single character, then the issue becomes that, well, at most, I only have half, or I can only double it, right? Because if I go past doubling it, then, you know, you're gonna see that the box gets split. So now, I'm starting to wonder if maybe it's easier to do this programmatically, like use a content size fitter, but then like programmatically move them and stuff. So like, oh, if the content size fitter is smaller than this, then we can have a bit extra padding to make sure that the box isn't too small. But then if it gets really long, then we can have less padding to make the box not have to be really long. Sliced rectangle? What's it called in Unity? I know there's something you can do where you set some thingy to sliced, but isn't that on images? Oh wait, this would be on the image. Draw mode, sliced, but I don't know what that is. Oh no. Wait. I think I just realized what to do. This could probably fix it. But what if I have 3 pots? What if I do this? I have this as the padding on the left, this as the padding on the right. Because in that case, I can move these with the anchors. And since I don't have the end, since all of this is horizontal, I can just stretch this however long it needs to be. Because this is like the only time in pixel art where I can stretch stuff. So that could be a way to fix it. Doing slice buttons are super easy. I've never used it. You can set it to tile and it repeats the center part. Allows you to reuse an image at various sizes without needing to prepare multiple assets. Okay, it sounds like this is what I'm supposed to use. I don't have 9 slicing. That sounds very big. But just does work though. Yeah. Okay. So what? Do I just set the draw mode to sliced? Sprite tiling might not appear correctly because the sprite is not generated with full rect or sprite mode. It's set to polygon mode. Oh, tiled? Open sprite editor. Like selecting the slides. But you mean in... Okay, so will this be an issue because I have a sprite sheet thing? Do I need to make this into a single sprite? Like, do I need to export it as a single sprite to do this? Slice. No, but this is slicing up the thingy. Actually don't know how to separate it. No, but that's easy, because I can just do... I can just do this. And export it. Point no filter, none, clamp mode, read write. I shouldn't need that, but I'm gonna put it on just in case. So what do I do here? Through the edges, mesh type. Single, oh, does it need to be a polygon? No? I mean, I did get this thing as well. Splitting in the image into 9 proportions, so they can resize the sprite, different portions, scale or tile. That is repeating in grid format in different ways to keep the sprite in proportion. Useful when creating patterns or textures. The 4 corners, A, C, G and I, do not change in size. Yeah, so that will be my hidden thingy. B and H, stretch or tile horizontally. Yeah, this is exactly what I need. But then can I make this follow the content size fitter of the text? Because if that doesn't work, then I guess I should be able to. Yeah, because I guess that I can just stretch this once this is set up. Like if I take it and just drag it, it's going to work, right? Right from the borders, the green line. Should I set up the different sections with this? Oh wait, it's already doing that. Ah, I see. Yeah, because it's creating them here. Okay, so I just do this and apply. This sprite should be 3 by 3 pixels. True. Yep, that is true. The issue is that I don't think you can be the parent object anymore. Because I think I need this to be a child object rendered behind the text. Because then I can just set it up to follow it or whatever. Because I can't anchor this to a child object. So I think I would have to copy this one and then paste you as a child, which would be a child of the name. So that I can make you stretch to however big the name is. Which that definitely didn't work. Probably because I need to set this up. Draw mode sliced. Width. Center sort point. Wait, is this the width of the... Oh, this is scaled. I just that made you 2 pixels. Tiled? Tile mode. Adaptive. Continuous. Oh wait, I need to change the fucking sprite, you dumbo. I'm still using the old one. Boom. Sliced. I was trying to ask, yeah, I just realized. Okay, so that is... Oh, and now I have to set up the width of this one, I think. Which is... What did I do? Wait, should I be able to see that here? Oh wait, I can see it here. 35 by 11. 35 by 11. Nope. That did not fix it. Why isn't this... Why is the image not scaling? Oh. Oh wait, it isn't even scaling here. Oh, because this is not on a UI canvas. So if I want to change the size, I change the scale. Not the width and height. Okay. No, wait, can I not set native size on this? Why is everything so much better on a UI canvas? I don't get it. 35 by 11. I can't put 35 here. Oh, but it's fine because you cannot change your size anyway. That's why I cannot fix it. So this is actually just the... It's just like the hitbox thing or whatever. No, I'm changing the wrong thing. I don't know if this matters. I don't know why I'm doing this. Okay. So I'll set that one up. But this is horrible documentation, isn't it? It basically says you can do this. It doesn't fucking tell me how. Am I being silly? Oh, set up your sprites. That I did. Didn't I? Yeah, drag the green dots. Apply. Okay. 9 slice your sprite. Maybe if I knew how to read documentation, it would be better. Navigate to the sprite render component, draw mode property. It's set to simple by default. To apply 9 slicing, either slice or tile depending on the behavior you want. Okay. Simple. Yeah, that one will be like stretched, sliced. You stretch the inside. Oh, and tile does that. Okay, so I can do sliced. Sliced should be fine. Slice mode, the corners stay the same size. Top and bottom of the sprite stretch horizontally. So, blah blah blah, sides stretch vertically. But they are too small now. Like, this doesn't look right. Might not appear correctly because the sprite used is not generated with full rect or sprite mode is set to polygon mode. Full rect. Apply. Okay, so the warning disappeared, but it still doesn't bloody look right. Description box. Yeah. Should be the one. And this is how it should be, right? I got the corners. I got the inside. Center pivot mode normalized. That sounds good. I did set that to full rect now. The error message disappear. Do I need to change the scale? Yes. Okay. So now it kind of looks correct. It looks pixel perfect. So now my only question is, since this doesn't do anything, how the fuck do I change the size of this? Because I can't lower the scale, right? Because then it's no longer pixel perfect. Oh, so I change the size? Okay. Okay. But can I clamp this size? Because now it seems like I cannot just do this and make it follow the size of the box. Width and height is normally what I use, but I'm not sure how you set up the anchors. And that is not on a UI canvas, because there I think this should be fine, but I'm so unused to not working on a UI canvas. Yeah, you can't clamp it with slice? Ah, shit. Then this is kind of fucked. I mean, I guess I could still do it programmatically. But that would be really annoying. Because then I have to make this wider. And then move you here. And then if it's shorter text, I need to like programmatically make this shorter. And also move you. So that seems like it's gonna end up being more work. Compared to doing a 3 split and just using the anchoring. I see the use of this though. It's weird it's not staying in the box when moving the rect. Why aren't you using the automatic layout stuff for resizing? I have no idea what you mean. It's weird it's not extending the box when moving the rect. Yeah, that's what I would expect on a UI canvas, at the very least. Automatic layout stuff. I do suppose that tiled wouldn't really change this for me either, right? Yeah, just that changes how the inside or whatever would look. Adaptive? No, I think we want sliced. For me at least, when I change the width and height of the rect, it changes the button size too. Just if I can do that, then this will work. Which is then I can just do this to the text and make sure that this one scales with the text. But mine isn't doing fuck all. Or is it because of my anchors? Oh wait, doesn't this move my anchors? Yeah, I have no idea. What do you mean, Cheetah? Automatic layout stuff? Yeah, that's the scale, and I can't use that either. Like, right now it seems like I have to use these values. Which, this is still neat. I should have used this before for creating my... Because I have a few of these like buttons and boxes in different sizes. Where I now realize that this should have been fairly useful. But I don't get how I'm supposed to make it work for this. Pose in general, this job it has nothing special. I mean the canvas dependent stuff, so maybe the real question is why no canvas? Because it ended up being that way, I think. It is like, ironically, my cursor is like the only thing that's not on a canvas. Oh, but wait, is that the issue? I'm using a rect transform. This shouldn't be a rect transform, this should be a transform. Since it's not on a canvas. Should that be the issue? Shouldn't this be called transform when I'm on a canvas? When I'm not on a canvas, sorry. Add to the object sprite square. No, it's still a rect transform. Oh, I thought rect transform was only for canvases. Okay, let me see, what did you do? You have some position, change the height, everything set to 0.5, 0, 0, 0, 1, 1, 1. Oh! Ah! Nope. What is this? Enable constrained proportions. So that one was off, that was a difference we had. But no, this is different. You are on a UI canvas, right? Because I see you have raycast target. Okay, so that's probably the big difference here. Yeah, maybe I need to move this to a canvas. I could just have a box that follows the cursor. I don't know why, but somehow my cursor... yeah, this is what happened. I took my cursor, like the code and the thingy, from another game, which was less UI-centric. Because like, my recent games have been full on UI. Like this game, everything is UI. On a UI canvas. Like not only is the UI on a canvas, like my entire game is on a canvas, right? Like every room I have, every object you can click on, like the map, the inventory, the flashlight, like quite literally everything is on a canvas. But the cursor I took from an old game that wasn't as UI heavy, so I only used canvases for the actual UI, like not the game. And for some reason, I ended up having the cursor be just a sprite. So I think it just stayed that way, because I took it from an earlier project. Now, I don't know, I'm a little bit scared about moving the actual cursor. Because that might mean that some of my code is gonna break. Since it's not set up to be on a canvas. But I could probably move the description box and just have that one follow the cursor. And now when I say move the cursor, I mean the actual, quite literally the sprite for the cursor. But then have the box itself be on my UI canvas. But then you don't have a... Oh, do you have a sprite renderer? Did you still have a sprite renderer? Or is that an image? No, it's an image. Okay. Oh. Huh? What? Okay. Oh wait, am I accidentally putting you outside of my canvas? No, you're on the canvas. Okay, I don't know why the first one didn't work. Description box. Sliced. Yeah. The one issue about this no, that would be an issue anyway. No, it doesn't matter. Yeah, I guess we have to move it to a... Because it seems like this should work if we stay on a... on the UI canvas. Well, that's a bit odd now, isn't it? I guess it has to do with the slicing. Yeah, 10 points. What? 8? But this isn't pixel perfect. Maybe my... No, I think it's my description box. I don't think my description box is pixel perfect. Wait, let's compare it to something here instead. Yeah, that is pixel perfect. Yeah, it's my old description box that isn't. Oh shit. Did I? No, I still have this one, don't I? Yeah. Description. Is that pixel perfect though? Yeah, looks right. Okay. So I would position you like here. Oh, but now this is weird. If this isn't a... Fuck, maybe I should move my entire cursor, but that seems... I think I'm gonna have to change a bunch of code if I move the cursor to canvas. Do I? Maybe I don't. What's up, Harry Chat? How you doing? Jeez, you're still up? Yeah, I do really need to get out of here though. I mean, funnily enough, I even said when I started this that I'm not gonna have the time to do this today, and then somehow I ended up starting to do it anyway. Like, how am I gonna make this follow the cursor? Oh, because I just add a difference in the position. Oh yeah, I mean it wouldn't be the end of the world. No sleep, gotta grind, boo shabby. Okay. So we have this one.
Sleep is for the weak, boo.
True. Okay. And then it gets a little bit weird, because I think we want to have a Text Mesh Pro, which is going to be... this one can be non-lit. Do I have a size here? 0.4, but that's in like world space, I think. That's not gonna be right. This should be like 5 or something. It's okay, I didn't have time to watch this either. 4.5? That looks pretty good. You've been really productive. We've gotten quite a bit done. I mean, to be fair, I haven't been live that long either, relatively speaking, since we did start a little bit later today. Okay, so now what I would actually do, I would call this something like hammer. And then I would instead make the description box be the child of the hammer. I'll put you... Wait, can I do this with the Z position? Oh shit, is this not gonna work? Fuck. Because I can't have it follow the size of a child, can I? And here I don't have the layer, sorting layer, layer in group, whatever, do I? Scheiße. I mean, I guess I could do it programmatically. But that makes this so much more annoying. But it would be so easy if just doing this in the editor would change the size of that one. Which I think it would, if I do this. And now, I change the size. But... oh, so I have two text objects. Okay. We're gonna do like -2, minus... oh shit, wait, I actually only want you to stretch here. How do I do that? Like so? Yeah. Height 10, sure. Then I want you to stretch with -2, -2. Well, that doesn't look right. Oh wait, Y position 0 and then -2 here. Yeah. Okay. And then I just centered this one. And I made sure that when I changed the text, I just changed the text of both of these. And then, of course, we also need to add a content size fitter. Preferred size. So, basically what we do is that we have one text behind that has a content size fitter, so you will stretch yourself. We make the description box a child object in front of that one, so that you can follow the size of the text that's behind you. But then to actually render the text, we have another instance of the text in front, which means that if we now change the text of both of these, then it looks correct. I think we can have a lot more padding though. I think we can do like -5 or something. Content size fitter can resize based on the size of children. Wait, what? Yeah, but that's the issue, I think. No, I put content size fitter on everything. Like, the issue is not that... the issue is that I think the description box has to be a child, so that I can stretch it to the parent. Which means that the parent needs to be the same text with a content size fitter. Right? So that if we make this bigger, we can stretch the box. And then I just have another text in front for the actual show. I don't see how else to properly do this. Because if I have the description box be the parent... or do you mean that the description box would have a content size fitter that follows the child? Does that work? And what? And this one wouldn't have? Or do I need 2 content size fitters then? Let me disable that one as well. Doesn't seem to work. Oh. Horizontal fit. Bam, bam. Okay. Remove content size fitter here. It doesn't seem like it reacts to children. Or at the very least not the way I'm setting it up. Never made a box resize based on contents. Have I? I don't think so. Because when I've had content change size, like my update log has a content size fitter, but I have a scroller rect, so the box itself doesn't need to change. I don't know if I have. Not that I can think of. But in that case, like, how do I set that up? Because all I can change in the content size fitter is preferred or min size. And neither one seems to do it. It's just a lot to configure. In that case, I feel like it works the way we're doing it. But like, the only weird thing about this is basically that I have to update 2 text files. Like, we have this hidden one in the background. Make the box follow that one. Whoops. Why are you not stretching? Oh, because I need to enable you. Right. Like, if there's a lot to set up, it feels unnecessary to do it, doesn't it? Since this is basically functional. Well, the only thing we would need to do is to make sure that you are anchored on the left instead. Oh, do we have another issue? You stretch. Is that not what I need to do? No, it's this thing. I need to move this one, don't I? Yeah, there we go. Yeah, this seems fine. Feels like this should work. And we can do like hammer, and then we do size equals 62% tool. Feels like the box should be a little bit bigger though. Height. I think 11 is fine. So now, if you would end up having an even longer item type, everything should still remain centered. And if you have a longer item name, then it still remains centered. Feels like this should work. I don't know though, I kinda still want more padding, I think. Like maybe -7? But what about, how would this look in like Chinese? Wait, I can just look at my... We can do this exact one in Chinese. Chinese simplified, we're going to search for hammer. Okay, that is basically how small it would be. Yeah, that's fine, I think. Okay, what if they have... Do I have some item which only has one character? Or do most of them have two? 2 does seem a lot more common. Is there any item that's only one character in Chinese? Did I accidentally close my music? No, I think this is the shortest. And I'm gonna assume Chinese has the shortest one. Should probably try to tackle it all sooner or later, because smart scalable UI is just impossible without it. Add a horizontal layout group to the UI element. Then add a content size fitter to. Set the horizontal fit, the vertical fit, or both to preferred setting. Is it just me, or why couldn't they have made something where it's just a component for this? Like, why? Maybe I'm being a little bit silly here. But my initial thought is like, why is this more to set up? A content size fit is so easy. Why is there not like a child content size fitter? But yeah, probably worth looking into. It's kinda interesting that I haven't stumbled upon this earlier. But I think my little cheeky way of doing this works pretty well too. It's just a little bit weird since I'm gonna need to... Like, this ends up being just like a... Well, this will actually be called description. This is the description box. All the canvas things are horrible to work with, at least for me. Constant different stretches and sizes, inconsistencies. I don't know, I feel like canvas is the fucking shit. I feel like, but obviously I'm more used to it as well. But I feel like everything I do is like 10 times easier if I'm working on a UI canvas. As soon as I start working with like sprite renderers and shit, I'm like, what the fuck am I doing? It's difficult but very rewarding when you get it working. Yeah, I mean, at the very least, it's good to know that it exists, right? Well, that's the thing, like, why not do this? Okay, it's a bit annoying, you have to update 2 different text labels, but, I mean, it works pretty fucking good. Like, is this not doing the exact same thing that this thing that seems slightly annoying to set up does? Just that this is like... This could basically be done in like 2 minutes. Holy shit, we have Wellfast coming in with the raid. How are you doing? Thank you very much for that raid. Big shout out to the one and only Wellfast, yet another game developer on Twitch. What have you been up to? Anything you wanna show? Anything you wanna share? Let me know. And if anyone coming in does not know of me, I go by Mad Chirpy, and we are currently working on a point-and-click horror game. Demo coming soon. Here's a little teaser for ya. There we have it. Game is available on Steam for wishlists, and we do appreciate those very much. Namai33, thank you very much for the follow. Xtad, welcome in. Polyglitch, Yuyuko, Foxtato, good to see you guys. Was making a Picross Nonograms game for the Game Boy. Wait, like for the actual Game Boy? Like for a Game Boy? Anything you want to show, Wellfast? Any links or anything? Let me know. The real game? Oh, fucking hell, look at that, that's cool. Tygov, welcome in. Love monochrome stuff. Nice trailer, thank you very much. Very glad to hear that. It's fun, like... This game ending up being... monochrome. Or mainly, technically I have one color in the game. There is a bit of red in the game. But it's kind of an accident. The plan from the beginning was to make the entire thing like fully colored in and shaded and everything. But then when I wanted to test the resolution for the game, I ended up just using black and white just to try stuff out quickly and see, you know, like if I do this resolution, like how big can like a TV be, or like how big would a chair be? Can I do paintings in the game and so on? And then it was basically with chat, to be honest, that we ended up like half of chat was basically like, well, this looks sick as is, before I had started coloring it, and I was like, yeah, fuck it. You know, I guess we're gonna keep the game like this, and I am very happy I did, because I feel like the game, in my opinion, it feels slightly more unique. Does not to say that there aren't other like 1-bit or like monochrome type games out there. Of course not. Of course there are loads of those. But it feels a little bit more unique in like the point and click world and so on. And also, probably the biggest thing is the fact that it's a lot less work for me. You know? Like, no joke. It minimizes the scope a fair amount, which is actually a pretty huge deal. Fake story chat never has good ideas. Much personality reminds me of Obra Dinn, yeah. I really want to try that game. Oh, we broke the old description box, didn't we? I think I broke the old description box. Maybe I should have duplicated that one instead, potentially. Huh? How did that break? What was I saying? No, I don't even know what I was saying anymore. Looks very clean, thank you very much, Welfers. Oh yeah, Obra Dinn. I've had that game recommended to me. I really want to check it out. It seems dope. I have not had the pleasure yet. I think overwhelmingly positive as well. Nah, it seems like a cool game. Quite a bit of localization too. We've been working a lot on localization recently, and it's been going quite well. We now have the game playable in English, Swedish, both types of Portuguese, French, Polish, German and Russian. And I did start trying to make simplified Chinese as well, because I think that one's gonna be really important, but I do need someone to double check it for me, because that one ended up being machine translated so far, which obviously isn't great. So yeah, that's a good reminder to say, if anyone happens to know simplified Chinese or any other language and you're interested in localizing, please apply right there, would very much appreciate it. Chappie has played most games, so Obra Dinn is one of the last ones still in his backlog. Very true, very true. That is no fake news, no propaganda whatsoever. He is entirely correct. Hey, I gotta hit the bed, ready to take good care of him. I really need to get out of here too. I actually need to wake up kinda early tomorrow, and it's 2 AM. So unfortunately, I do have to go in like the next few minutes, but it is what it is. I did end up starting a little bit later today, so it's fine to go on a little bit later, isn't it? Yeah, I've been working on this description box now, because once we started localizing, you know, we implemented German, and if anyone knows anything about German, it's a fucking long language. So I know some of my, like, what you call it? My descriptions for items, we have like mad overflow in German. So we started setting this up. So now we will instead be able to have a description box that changes size depending on how long the description is. Which I think is gonna make it a lot better. I wonder how I broke my thing though. Item name. So this is the old one, to be clear. Item type. I don't know how I broke this. Naturwissenschaft, exactly. Which is like nature science. To be fair though, that one is pretty long in Swedish as well. Like, Swedish can be a fairly long language too. It's probably not as long, but it's not that far off. Naturvetenskap. But yeah, so far German is definitely the language I've seen the most. Is this gonna break again? Yeah. Okay, let me just turn... wait. No, we should be able to fix this. What is actually causing this error? Ah, I see. That's fine. Okay. Easy peasy, fix. So I guess it wasn't the best idea to completely change my old description boards before making sure the new one worked. To be fair though, I think the new one will be a lot better, but... Yeah, so here it's fine, right? I had a fairly small description box, but for 99% of like the English things, like, this is fine. And then you switch to like German, and I bet you that we are immediately going to have some overflow here. This one did cause that as well, but we fixed it now. But same thing here though, this would be fairly long in Swedish too. Spelinställningar. Spelinställningar. What is up, Phil? How you doing, man? Yeah, immediately... This one also. Schraubendreher. Bolzenschneider. So for that reason, I figured that rather than making the description box like way too wide, it felt like the easiest thing was to just try and set it up for so that it dynamically changes the width depending on how long the text is. And I think that should be fine. Did you get someone for Spanish already? If you end up not finding anybody, I should do it, I guess. I have someone for Latin American Spanish. I don't have anyone for Spain. Spanish from Spain, Castilian Spanish. So it does depend a little bit on which one you speak. The one from Spanish from Spain would be really good to get the game localized for as well, because on Steam it is actually the larger one. Found this, where is this? Here. Most common languages on Steam 2025. Spanish Spain is ranked number 4 at 4.11% of users. So, you know, it's a fairly important language. And then you have simplified Chinese, absolutely massive, 26.03%. Like, if you're releasing a game, you need to do simplified Chinese. Like, this is too big of a market to not try and tap into. Wouldn't change that much from Latin to Spanish, no. I don't think it's super much, but there are a few, like... Well, you have, like, computer is, like... ordenador in one of the languages, in one of the variants, and computadora in the other. And then you have, like... Isn't it, like, the U particle as well? I think... isn't it more common in Latin America to say, like, usted and ustedes or whatever? phone is different too, isn't it? Isn't it like móvil or something in móvil? I can't speak Spanish, but in Portuguese it's telemóvel. Yeah, cellular and móvil. Yeah, exactly. So I think there's a few of those, but no, I would expect that like 90% probably is the same. Is what I would expect. Oh, they mix way more with English? Oh, interesting. Yeah, because it would still be good to... Because I think the issue is that if I only have one of the Spanish variants here on the Steam page, that means, you know, this is not going to end up being localized for the others. Even though I very much think that a Spaniard would understand the Latin American Spanish without an issue, but the fact that it would show up here and it will say like, oh, this is playable in the language that your Steam application is set up in, I think that's like quite a bit more important. Because otherwise, when they first go to the page, if you're from Spain, I don't think it would say here that it's playable in Spanish. Until they check, they have to actually go through this list and find Spanish Latin America. Yeah, computadora is like computer, cellular, cell phone, yeah. More of those loan words. Yeah, so if you're interested, I definitely would like to localize the game for Castilian Spanish as well. However, ladies and gentlemen, I really do need to get out of here, because it's past 2 AM and I need to wake up early tomorrow, so I'm gonna be fucked in the morning. But thank you all very much for hanging out. Please stick around and let's see if we can find someone to throw a little raid at. As always, if you haven't, made sure to join wishlist Shroud of Gloom on Steam, would very much appreciate it. Other than that, if you want to connect more with the community, go ahead and join the Discord. A big shout out to Soap with that 3-month subscription today. We also had Irregular Human, Mothersheep, Timbodet, as well as Walfaz with the raids. Absolute legends. Who should we go to today? Who did we do last time? Did we do... I think we did Boolean last time, didn't we? Or did we do Captain Onosa? I know I've been reading them a lot recently. We could go over to... Let's head over to Gao Li. He is making a really cool, like, Zelda-like game in a Game Boy style. It looks pretty cool, and I guess it's appropriate. Welfare's also working on a Game Boy game. I've been watching him a fair bit recently. He's a cool guy, so let's go and check him out. So yeah, that will be it for me today, but as always, thank you all so much for watching. If you've been enjoying the stream and you haven't, made sure to click that little follow button too, we do appreciate it. Throw that chirpy raid in the chat as we head over to the one and only Gao Li on the shore. And with that, I will see you guys on Wednesday. So until then, have a great one, thanks for hanging out, cheers.